Alrighty, how's it going, everybody? Welcome. Carp Show, AV6, welcome in. How's it going? In Exist, how you doing? Welcome, everybody. This is the first Colors of Conquest we did since Adepticon, and so much awesome stuff has been going on. Hey, Pushko, what's going on? How you doing? So we're going to be painting up. I'm super excited because we are about to start rocking on some of the new Euroni. I'm able to get jamming on some of those. So lots of cool stuff. I don't know if you guys saw the happy hour that was done earlier this week, but there was some amazing previews and stuff with that too. But why don't we get started, shall we? All right, let's see here. Cool. So I've been jamming on getting my let's fix this camera just a little bit here. There we go. I've been jamming on getting the Euroni up and ready to go. So been going a little bit intent. This is the one we're going to probably start working on today. I don't know if we'll get it done, but we'll get as much as we can. So, but I know that the Ayakashi typically are built without the hats. But for me personally, I thought the hats made a little more sense to kind of keep the sun out of their eyes as they're trying to like fire bows and stuff. So I decided just to throw it on there. So not all of them though. Doing a little bit. I like this one's pose quite a bit, so decided to keep that one as is. I did go and kind of take the extra step to put some bowstrings on there too, and I can kind of show you guys a little bit of what all goes into all that. So if you have any questions or anything like that along the way, please don't hesitate to ask. But how's everyone's weekend going? You guys getting to play any Conquest recently? Hopefully. All right, let's see. Right now, I also have. I'll show you kind of the in-process version of where we've gone so far with these guys. So, like I said, I put bowstrings on these guys. Normally, I don't do that, but considering how big these bows were, I thought that it would work out pretty well. Very limited in my area, just painting. Hey, no worries. That's still. That's I'm kind of in the same boat, so I totally understand. But hopefully here very soon. I have a handful of guys who are interested in getting it started. If you actually look at the map of the store locator for Conquest, I'm in this little like just blip of like a 3-hour drive around my area where there's just nothing. Which is unfortunate, but I'm hoping that I'm going to put the first dot on that map here soon. So, did you send brass rod for the bows? I did. Yes. Well, not a rod really. I went to Michael's. And in their jewelry section, you can find all sorts of different thicknesses of like spools of wire. And it's tons and tons and tons of it. More honestly, it's like just a few dollars, and it will pretty much get you more than you'll ever need. I do it for pinning as well. I'll get some of the thicker wire spools for that. You can kind of see, case in point here. This is the wire that I use for pinning, and this is probably about halfway gone, and I've had this for over a year, pinning all sorts of stuff. So it's really excellent for that if you like to pin as well. But definitely go check out the jewelry section. There's a lot of crafts there that people wouldn't normally expect. So the one difficult thing with this though is with these wires is that you have to straighten them out to make them look like bowstrings, which is pretty difficult to be perfectly honest. It took a lot of just kind of using my fingernail and whatnot to kind of just shape it a little bit, and then going in with some of the details with my little flat jewelry pliers here and just kind of, pushing it down as best I can, trying to get some nice straight spots. But takes a little while, and it is a bit fragile, but looks much easier to cut than the paper clips we use. Yes, I will say that. That is the depending on the thickness of wire you get, it is definitely easier to cut for sure. I'm not entirely sure what the what type of metal it is, so it will likely be. But I'm pretty sure this spool that I've been using, I'm pretty sure is just like brass or something, and it's definitely slightly thinner than paper clips. And it, I don't know, I would say it probably costs, it might cost a little more technically, because you can get paper clips pretty cheap, but it's just enough thickness to make sure it has a good strong bond when you're putting pins in and whatnot, but also it's not too bad on, but it's flexible enough that it's not too rough on the nippers. So, but yeah, so these are essentially kind of how these are starting out. The basing bits for the most part are from Epic Basing. They have a lot of really good bamboo options and rocks and things. These little statues, which I have throughout a lot of my Euroni pieces so far, are from Dark Messiah. So I'm going through and I'm putting these tiny little scenes and stuff together with these Jesus statues, little bonsai trees and stuff. You can see I've done a little bit of kit bashing and sculpting on this Tengu here because I want it to look like a particular type of bird, a crane. So, but yeah, just a bit of milliput on the base. You just, as soon as you have it ready, just kind of shove the bamboo and stuff in there. And if you need to make sure it really stays in, just a little bit of glue once the milliput's dried goes a long way. And then from there, all we do is take a good bit of a basing material paste. I'm using Muddy Ground from AK. I got this as a gift, so I've been using it, and it works pretty well. So, but yeah, highly recommend if you want some really interactive, cool basing materials for your Euroni. That Epic Basing and Dark Messiah both have these really cool Japanese style plants, rocks, trees, and statues and stuff. So, going a little bit ham on these, but now that there's an army painting competition at the Las Vegas Open, and I might be able to go this year, I'm hoping I can get a Euroni army painted and enter it in the painting competition. So, that being said, we gotta do some painting, shall we? All right, so I think we're gonna start with this guy here, and what we might do, I think, let's see. So even though these are feathers back here, right, under the hat, and he has this kind of like little beard action going on here, I know they're technically feathers. They're not like the weird kind of gizzard thing, but I'm going to paint this guy to look like a rooster. Because I think that'll be a cool... I want, like I said, all of my Tengu I'm trying to make to look like a different kind of bird. So I think that'll be kind of neat. And actually, I was looking through some different like rooster colors and stuff. And I forgot, I don't know if you all have seen the old animated movie Robin Hood from Disney with the fox Robin Hood. Well, one of my favorite characters growing up in that movie was the rooster who played the lute and everything. And so I'm going to try to go with a color scheme that kind of matches that, for the clothing at least. Because I think that's a pretty good... It's got kind of a bluish shirt and greenish pants, but I think that's going to work out really well. So I'm going to go ahead and get started and try to see what colors we can use. Shall we? Oh, we also got to do the basing of the floor too. So the one thing I'm going to try to do with the basing is I want this, with the lore of the Euroni, they are kind of like, what's the word? They, if I remember correctly, they kind of just like mysteriously appear into the forest and whatnot. So ever since I've heard of that as the essentially how they function and work, I've just had it in my head ever since then that basically they're just kind of these mysterious forest spirits, kind of, just living in the forest, secluded from the world, living all by themselves and just trying to live their life essentially, right? So I think we're going to try to go with that. So we're going to do some nice kind of bright greens for the basing, But we got to kind of work it up. Even though this is all kind of like muddy texture, that doesn't mean we can't make it like green, right? I mean, that's one of the fun things about doing miniature painting in general is you can make anything whatever color you want. So I don't necessarily need tons of tufts and things like that to make this still a nice kind of bright green, lush bamboo forest, right? So let's go ahead and get started with that. But what we are going to do is we're going to start with kind of a darker base color. I think kind of a dark, like a purplish red, I think is going to work really well here. So I'm going to go, let's see, let's do some Chimera this time around. I think that'll work pretty well. But we kind of want to mix, do we want to mix it with a little bit of brown? Maybe. I think this reddish color will be kind of complementary to the green here. So I got this, which is Lazarian Crimson. It's kind of a purplish red. I'm going to take a look at it real quick just to see. I think I might want to go a little darker with it, though. So let's make sure we pick out some of my favorite color that I use for literally everything, which is green gray from Scale Color. This is the best of the best, in my opinion. I love this paint so much. But is anybody else working on anything fun this weekend? Maybe putting together your Tengu? Or other Euroni? I got to give it to the Parabellum team, though. Because, you know, I know that they were talking about, like, I'm not privy to, you know, I'm not an employee of Parabellum. I'm just the host of this awesome monthly Colors of Conquest show. So when everybody else hears about releases and stuff, it's the same time I hear about it. And I was extremely impressed that they were able to keep the Euroni a secret until launch. Like, apparent from what it sounded like when I was on that, when we were on that call and that, you know, that was going on, it sounded to me like even there were some of the employees that didn't know fully, which crazy. All right, so let me scoot you out of the way there, bud. And I'm just going to pull up the palette here so you can see a little bit. So we have some of our green gray down there. We have a little bit of, oh, it's coming out right nicely indeed. Okay. So we got some of that Alzarian Crimson, which is great. All right, let's get a little brush here. Just do a little bit of mixing. So I think this is a little too bright, but it will complement the green really, really well once we get it together. But that's one of the reasons why I love this particular color here, is even though it looks black, right? Once you kind of start spreading out, it's a very, very cool greenish blue, especially if you were to mix it with some white. And actually, I'll go ahead and show you guys anyway, because why not? It's fun, right? All right, so if we mix it with just a tiny bit of, whoop, that's not mixed enough. I'm gonna mute my microphone real quick so I can get this in the paint shaker. Okay, here we go. Hopefully that'll work. Let me just make sure, get this. There's usually just a little bit of stuff at the top of these. Not really ideal. There we go. Okay. Got that out of the way. Now get to the paint. All right, we're just going to do a tiny little bit of white, just so we can show you how the green-gray kind of reacts. Because it does look black. And when you paint it on, even with a few thin coats, it can look just pretty much just completely black, which, again, I love about it. But we get a little bit of it over here, with just a tiny bit of white. And you can already see it's turning into this nice, hold on, actually, see if I can turn this a little bit so you can, so it's not there we go. So it's not quite as reflective, but it's already turning into this greenish gray color. Almost same color as that. Let's add just a little bit more white to it and see what happens. There we go. So I don't know if you can see that super well or not. There we go. Whoops, as I pour water on myself. That's why we always keep paper towels nearby. But yeah, so it is, while it does look black, it is effectively, when you work it up, it does turn into a greenish gray color, which is perfect. So I'm going to mix that just a little bit in to darken the red a bit, and also kind of give that red a little bit of the greenish tint that we're already going to be going up for too. So let's go ahead, just get that mixed in here real quick. I'm just going to take a wee dabble of that just to kind of separate them a little bit, and a bit of this Chimera Crimson. Okay, it's a little too much black, but we're getting there. There we go. All right, we're going to have to go a lot more. Big, giant goop of paint here. There we go. Now it's starting to get a little bit more of that kind of purpley red that we're looking for here. There we go. It's almost turning into a little bit of a brownish, which is honestly perfectly fine because that combo, that reddish, kind of dark red, greenish brown, it's a lot of colors. But that's honestly kind of perfect because that right there will give us a nice dark base to go on. All right, let's get you over here. I'm just going to put it all over this base. Like, just trying to get it in as much as possible. In fact, I might just grab a bigger brush here in a second. Get a little bit more red in there. There we go. So anybody else also pre-order the new lore book? Because you know I did. The fact that they put so many new factions in there, it's mind-boggling to me. Also, for anyone who's here, anyone who is interested, if you would like, we do have, there is a 10% off code for any pre-orders or anything like that that you would like to do. If you would like, it does help support me. So if you would like to use it, let's see. Let's see, I'm just going to type it in here into the chat so everyone can see it. I'll put the link in there for the shop as well as the there we go. Let's see, for 10% off Conquest, go to this link and use code Walter's Workshop on checkout. Bam. Just going to go ahead and pin that for everybody. Cool. So if anybody feels like checking out some of the cool Conquest stuff, pre-ordering anything, anytime, it doesn't have to be right now, but anytime, definitely make sure to save that link if you're interested. And when you go to do your next purchase at the shop, if you're feeling like you'd like to help support me doing this, you can go to and use the code Walter's Workshop and get yourself a discount. And with this here, I'm going to go all the way up and even coat this bamboo in this reddish brown. I think it's going to work well. But you know what I want? I want a bigger brush. We need to cover a lot more space. So we're going to go with this big old Mama Jamma. Let's see what size this is. It's size 6. So we're going to be covering everything. Getting into all the nooks and crannies as best we can. We don't have to worry too much about this because, again, this is just kind of the super dark base coat, right? For those who are more inclined, you can also use an airbrush to kind of get in there for these things, but I'd still prime it black first, just in case. But honestly, I think I try to keep it to just the brush use when we do these streams, because I want to make sure that people can like see how this works and keep things fairly accessible. So okay, here we go. But I appreciate everybody coming out, hanging out, and watching. There we go. Okay, some good, nice dark purples in there. We'll go through and just do all this basing as quickly as possible. We got a good bit of time today for this stream, so I'm actually make things a little easier. Just pop you right out there. Also, highly recommend, if you haven't, you can magnetize your bases pretty easily. And I actually love that there's a little indent in the bases. If you get the right size, then it fits perfectly in there. Though I had to experiment with a handful of different magnets, though, to get kind of the right size. So, also, wanted to thank Inexist, Ceremony, and DZ Brill. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Also feel free, if you're interested. I'm kind of curious, for everyone who's here, what armies do you play? And if you don't play, what armies do you collect? Or if you haven't started yet, what armies are you interested in collecting? So you may have seen my first army on Play on Tabletop, which was my Spires. And honestly, before the Euroni were announced, I was intending on getting started with the Dweig home. But I'm a big fan of just Japanese mythology and history and stuff, so there was no way I could say no to the Euroni. As soon as they were announced, I was like, well, all right, Dweig home, you got to take a back seat for a little while. I'll get to you eventually. Oop, that's the wrong color. All right, I need some more of this red. All right, there we go. Nords and City States just pre-ordered the Lionheart Artist Series. Oh, nice. Yeah, I pre-ordered that myself too, because come on, how could you not? So, especially, so for me, I don't get to play as much as I'd like. But when I do, it's such a good time. But I also do a lot of competition painting. And so when I saw that, I was like, this is the perfect. I mean, honestly, and that's one thing that I really appreciate, you know, when I've been talking to the Parabellum folks, is they are extremely interested and happy to not just, you know, support the game, obviously, with their miniatures, but they really want miniatures that competition painters and, you know, some more like diorama artists and stuff are going to want to get also. And so I've talked to them about that at length. And they're really up in the game, like with almost every release, especially the artist series. They're really taking it to the max on those. Like the Kitsune, even the limited Founders Edition of the Kitsune, phenomenal. I did that not last month because we were at Adepticon doing the Cheesehead. Actually, if you want to see the Cheesehead, there we go. There's a little Cheesehead that we painted in nice little Green Bay Packers colors. And honestly, for a quick, it was probably about 3-4 hour stream, I was pretty happy with how this turned out, honestly. So we're going to be going a little longer today, so. Hello, how's it going? Rosario Revius, how's it going? Welcome in. If you guys don't follow Rosario, another awesome Twitch painter here on Twitch. How are you doing? Are you going to be going to the Nova Open this year? For anyone else who is going to the Nova Open, I will be there. I've helped out with the Conquest booth there for 2 years now, and I'm extremely excited. At least unless there's plans that have changed that I'm not aware of, I will be there helping out with the booth again. So. Very good. Just working. I'll definitely be trying to. What days will you be there? I will be there every day. I got my tickets and hotel and stuff already ready to go. And I will be there My plan is to get there and help set up if I can, and then I'll be there until it's over. I'll also be bringing some Conquest to enter into the Capital Palette painting competition, as well as some of my stuff in the case that we'll have at Nova. Nice, yeah. Nova is, I wouldn't necessarily say a local con to me, but it is one of the few miniature painting ones that's kind of within like driving distance for me. Or at least what I consider driving distance. Anything like less, like 5 hours or less, is kind of what I consider within driving distance. Look forward to seeing what you bring. Yeah, it'll be fun. I'm definitely going to be bringing. I don't know. It's. I guess it kind of depends on how much space I have. I only have so many miniature carrying cases and whatnot, right? And I definitely want to have some stuff to bring for the Capital Palette. But I definitely want to have as much Conquest as I can to fill the cases. So I'm definitely going to try to bring my T-Rex. That one seems to be a bit of a favorite for folks to see. Yeah, quote-unquote driving distance. Yeah, I get that. Although I did, actually, the weekend after Adepticon, for work, I had to travel. It was a little intense going 2 weekends in a row with cross-country travel. But totally worth it, especially to see Daryl and Hunter and Leandros and all the other awesome Parabellum guys helping out. But at the very least, Delta Forge Games, welcome in, and Carl Mobius. And it's also Love Is What I Got. Aw. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follows, folks. How's it going, Delta? We're just jamming on some base colors right now, just putting kind of the first little bit down. This kind of reddish brown for the Tengu Ayakashi. And we're going to do the same on this little base, and then we're going to start jamming on base coating this guy. Doing well, mate. Good. You working on or doing any fun Conquest stuff this weekend? Tournaments, painting, building. See, I've been watching in the Discord and all the Ironi that have been being posted in there. It's getting me hyped. Hey, Gosu, the man in orange rides again. That's true. Doing well, Gosu. How you doing? I'm printing some alternate agnostic 3D model figures on my FDM. Oh, cool. I am currently printing on my resin printer more basing materials because I've put so much basing materials on each of these Ironi, and they have such big bases too. It really gives you some really cool options for like kind of more dynamic basing stuff, right? So like I have this guy leaping over this tiny little scene of statues and plants with some bonsai trees and stuff. So that's a lot of fun. And then I try to set up my crud. What are these? The Oni Ayakashi, I believe. I always confuse all the names. I'm the worst. Yes, the Oni Ayakashi. With like cohesive stuff, so when they sit in a unit together. So that's kind of the goal with my basing on these. Is that I want them all to be cohesive, that when you use the modular units, right, that they still look like they're still in the same scene, basically. but if you put them all together, they'll form kind of like one thing. So I have like this guy in the middle here who's like just about to take a swipe at somebody, but the two guys next to him on each side, if you notice, both have these little stone lanterns. So when it goes like, so when he's kind of like in between the three, it looks like he's kind of walking down a path in between where these two stone lanterns are, although this one's broken and fallen down. But I think little details like that are pretty fun. And then, of course, we got this little guy hiding under the tree there. But tons and tons of printing to be done. My new AC unit installed. Playing a little Path of Exile too. Oh, nice. Heard good things about that. European bases for almost all the maze I paint. It adds so much. Yeah. It's I've been really trying to, especially because like when I did my spires, if anyone sees them on Instagram or online or anything like that, or if you've seen them around, I've posted them in most areas where posting is optional, Reddit, things like that. Admittedly, my basing is lacking on them. And that was kind of by design, to be honest, admittedly. It was lacking because I put so much time and effort into the pearlescent armor that I knew in order to get an army painted, I was going to have to like find alternative stuff that made it easier to complete an army. So, you know, kind of tempering how much effort I was going to put into each part of the army, if that makes sense. And the most effort obviously went into the pearlescent armor. And so with that much effort going into that armor, you know, obviously they still needed to look good. So I put a little, you know, kind of like medium effort into like the clothing and stuff and some of the details. But then when it came to the, actual, like basing of it, I was just ready for them to be done. So adding, you know, just kind of a simple base of, you know, some sand and a few rocks and slate to kind of give it like a Badlands kind of look. And then from there, a few little tufts of dead grass, and I called it a day. Which was fine, but definitely could have been better. Pearlescent armor of those is awesome. When I think of spires, those come to mind. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. That was kind of the goal. Is I wanted something that was like could be lore accurate and still pretty funky and unique, you know. Bird Archer Tengu Shutu. How's it going, Stig? Good to see you. Hey, it's Mechanic. Howdy. Yeah, and and we have some awesome miniature painting streamers in here as well. If you guys don't follow this Mechanic and Gosu both, make sure to give them a follow if you want to hang out with some other cool folks in this online miniature painting community. And shameless plug, you could also follow me at Walter's Workshop as well. I'm not in the chat because I'm here, but if you find me. But we do this Colors of Conquest stream once a month, depending on, about usually in the middle of the month. This is a little later than usual, but that was just because of my own scheduling issues. Well, not issues, you know, family time, you know, Easter and all that stuff. But next month we'll be doing it a little bit earlier. And typically what we also do in these streams, in addition to just painting, we show off the winners, the top 10 of the monthly Colors of Conquest online. I guess it's kind of a competition. Challenge, I think, is a better... the online Colors of Conquest challenge, I think, is the better way to go for that. But how are you doing, Mechanic? I was actually lurking in your... I believe I was lurking in your stream the other day. You were working on some Dwaycombe, weren't you? If I recall correctly. You were working on one of my favorite Dwaycombe units, which is the staunch line of spears. That is my, like, oh, I don't know what it is. Like, maybe it's just the fact that I grew up on, like, the Lord of the Rings movies, and, like, stuff like that, and Troy, and all these other things. But is it just me? Or is there just something about a staunch line, like a good solid shield wall and a staunch line of spears that's to just have an enemy crash into? Oh, it is one of my favorite things in the world. I'm not exaggerating. It is so awesome. Like, it hits so good, and equally so when it fails for the bad guys. Like when the Rohirrim charged in Lord of the Rings. Oh, and just see it crumble. So good. Not too bad. Yes, I am. Awesome. Well, if anyone has any conquests they've posted recently online or anything and want to share, please feel free to. But also don't forget to make sure to post those in the Discord as well. There's an awesome community of amazing conquest painters in there who in the glass display. Nah, I love a shield wall and spears too. Brutal and pokey, just how I like it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, also, Absinthe Draws and Adivio and Path Losing Simulator. Welcome in. Thank you for the follows. How you doing? Shield Guy, pretty good sculpts as well. Good. That is, honestly, it is because of that unit that I was intending on my second army being Dwaycombe. Not even kidding. Just because of that unit. Like, they have a lot of awesome stuff that go along with the Dwaycombe. Don't get me wrong. But they're the only one. I mean, if I had to rank like a tier list of the armies in Conquest with good, just perfect shield walls, Serafina Boys. Did I pronounce that right? Serafina Boys? Sarah? I can just call you Sarah. That works. Welcome in. How you doing? But if I had to rank like the armies of Conquest and who has like the best, most pleasing, Sarah es perfecto. Awesome. Welcome. Yeah, if I had to rank the best armies in Conquest in terms of their shield walls and spears, I think Dwaycombe would likely have to be number one. Love the Tengus? Yeah, they're a lot of fun. We're just getting jamming on them so far. We're just getting some of the base coating down, but we're gonna get pretty far, I think, today. So got a good bit of work to do on them. I think I'd go with Sugoi. Thank you. I think Dwaycombe would have to be number one. A close second would be City States. They're spearmen, not the Agima, the other guys. Yvonne, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. But the spear guys in the City States, not because of their shields and pokey spears necessarily, but their full regiment formation. They're very militant and holding up those spears, and the side guys in the back. I love how militant that unit looks in terms of the sculpt and the build, right? That's why it's one of my favorites. Let's see. After that, it gets harder because there are plenty of shield and shield wall units in most of the armies. Not all of them, but okay, we got a little bit more coverage to do here. And then we'll get to working on the actual Tengu itself. Have Age, welcome in. But yeah, for those who are just joining us for this stream, this is the Colors of Conquest stream, where we paint Conquest once a month. Hosted by me, Walter's Workshop. You can call me Evan if you'd like, or Walter. Perfectly fine either way. But yeah, we just sit here and paint, and I'll show you how I do it. And also answer any questions you guys have. If there's anything I can help out with, I'll do my best. So you learn more about Conquest. Well, only know Old Dominion stuff. Well, Old Dominion's a great one to start out with for sure. What? So you like the undead and whatnot, I assume. But they're awesome factions. I could talk about them for hours. But in a nutshell, you have elves from space. You have so Roman and Greek. Ah, I see. Okay, well you picked a good one then. The Old Dominion's great. Undead Roman legionnaires. I mean, come on, that's so cool. But then there's also, if you're a big fan of the Greek stuff, the city-states are excellent as well. Kind of like steampunk. Yeah, this is very gross, like very generalized descriptions, but it's kind of like my pitch for each faction. It's kind of like steampunk Greeks, essentially. Got a first blood box for Wadroon. I'm going to work on next, but Dwaycombe might be first full army I build. Nice. That's going to be awesome. Mine is the Spires. I still have more Spires units I need to add to it, to be honest. But on top of that, though, I'm also going to be jamming on obviously the Euroni. Okay, so I think this will be kind of interesting. Since this is kind of brownish anyway, I'm just going to work this up into the claws a little bit here, into the feet. It's kind of interesting because one, working the same color into the claws and the feet will work well because it kind of technically like is affected by the color around it, right? So it'll look a bit cohesive, which is good. But also because it's brownish, I'm gonna be working, because we're going with rooster colors for this one. Because it's brownish, it'll be good to work up into kind of the lighter tan yellow that roosters have with their feeties usually, or at least this type of one that I'm doing. And actually, on that same note here, I'm going to do that same one on the beak, because the beak color is going to be very similar to the feet. With that kind of, again, yellowish tan color. Euroni is the name of this faction in Conquest? Yes, it is the newest faction in Conquest. In fact, why don't we take just a quick little break and take a look at some of what the Euroni faction has, shall we? So, if you all are fine with that. Beak feet, yes. But yeah, so in the Euroni are essentially a Japanese yokai-inspired faction. Ooh, let's make sure that this fits in here. There we go. Perfect. I don't know if there's going to be. We don't have a Euroni art section yet. Tengus and what else? Let's go ahead. We'll just go into the eShop and show you the Euroni. So the Euroni are essentially these spirits that have come back from this other realm to inhabit our world as best as they can. So, of course, they have... this is a limited release. We started painting on this 2 months ago, and I'm still working on mine. But this is the Kitsune. It's one of the leaders of the army, which is really cool. Magic user, typically. But then you have the Daimyo and the Oyabun. The Tengu. Again, you have... see if I can do quick views. Oh, it's not letting me blow up the thing there. But you have Oni as well, and also Kappa. How can you have a yokai-inspired army without having Kappa, right? So Kappa are pretty amazing. And the one cool thing about this army is that they're all brutes, which means that they're all medium-sized. So they are bigger. There's going to be less models, but they're going to hit harder, right? So lots of really cool stuff. I am really excited to start painting on these because my order's coming in very soon. I got some stuff at Adepticon early, but I got most of my army is coming in later. So, but yeah, the Ironi, absolutely amazing. Brand new faction. It is the newest faction. There are going to be more, but definitely a bit more out of left field than I think a lot of people expected, but in a good way. Bring something really unique to the game, which I like. So, Shamantan? Okay, no. La Daimyo estoy flipando. I do apologize. I don't know what that means. Your Oni faction looks great. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But there are all these other amazing factions. The 100 Kingdoms. I really like the 100 Kingdoms because they're essentially just humans and cavalry and things like that. I mean, there's more to it than that, but I like them. My kind of vision of them is like the underdog of the world, right? They're your kind of standard traditional knights in shining armor and peasants and things. Spires are evil elves from space. Dwaegholm are angry, fiery dwarves infused by the literal embodiment of war. The Nords are your classic Norse mythology style characters. Wadrun are orcs riding dinosaurs. Old Dominion is undead Roman legionnaires. Very Dark Souls-esque horror stuff with them. The city-states is essentially Greek mythology mixed with steampunk, which is awesome. The Sorcerer Kings is kind of your like Persian, Middle East style armies with like Jin and things like that. And then the Ironi is Japanese yokai. It's so like every single faction is so diverse. Even though you have a few that are like human-based, every single one is so aesthetically and gameplay wise just so versatile and so different. It's so fresh. I love it. Obviously, because I'm here. So I prefer stuff more related to history. Conquest is great. I'm just discovering it. Yeah. He's flipping out with the daimyo, that is. Yeah, true. Yeah, they definitely reach into a lot of historical mythology and stuff for all of these. So, Foxy Games, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. But they definitely do a good bit of research to kind of try to not just do the obviously they want to make sure that the factions look good, right? But at the same time, and are unique, but they do want to kind of, use real mythology, real culture, for it. And it's really cool to see. Hey, how are you? Doing well. How are you doing? We were just gushing about Conquest, Last Argument of Kings. Surprise, surprise. Okay, now we need to start working on the clothing a bit and the feathers. Yep. So let's go ahead. Get some. We're gonna need to go with some dark browns here. Can you imagine a Total War game? Sarah, let me tell you, I dream about a Total War game for Conquest. I'm not even kidding you. Like if I had all the money in the world, I would hire the studio that makes Total War to make a Conquest game. Total War Warhammer is my favorite video game of all time. All three of them. I have thousands of hours in those games. But if they did that for Conquest, I don't know that I would ever be able to paint again, to be honest, which is probably a bad thing, but I would just be sucked into it the entire time. It'd be insane. Love Rome 2, Shogun, and Warhammer. Yeah, I've been wanting to get onto the Three Kingdoms and Shogun, but every time I feel the itch, I just go right into it. It's hard to beat. For me, it's hard to beat fantasy. Like I love I love the historical stuff in and playing through like the historical characters, but at the end of the day, the diversity of just the kind of crazy stuff that you can do with fantasy just keeps bringing me back in. All right, we're gonna go. We're gonna darken up. So I got a little bit of this brown, this kind of darkish brown. It's oxide brown medium, but I'm gonna darken it a little bit with that green gray that we were working with earlier. There we go, nice and dark. Just trying to get some of these feathers painted up in here. And of course, on a rooster, they have roosters are actually. It was really interesting. I was doing some research on roosters in general because that's where we're going with this one. Roosters in general have very interesting patterns. There are like black and white ones. There are kind of like the brown ones with like kind of the greenish iridescent feathers, which I think is what we're going to be going with today. And normally, obviously they have like that weird frill on the top of their head and that kind of gizzard down here. And he has a little bit of a beard going on and these like big, tall feathers in the back. I'm not gonna like resculpt those or anything. I'm just gonna keep them as feathers and I'm just gonna paint them red. So I think it'll go perfectly fine. In fact, we can use that same red that we were using earlier as a base to darken that up a little bit. So we're just gonna go ahead and do that. Get that red down in here into this little beard here. Be nice to see a digital version of Conquest for sure. I believe more games would produce a digital version. So I will say they actually did address that a little bit on the talk that they had on the roundtable discussion on Thursday. Someone asked if there's going to be a tabletop simulator, like official version, to come out, and they said that it is something that they would like to do, but right now it's not quite feasible. Totally understandable. It takes a lot of learning and a lot of stuff to get that up and running. But I do know there are fan-made ones on Tabletop Simulator, and I know plenty of people that play. So definitely recommend checking that out. Ooh, okay, hold on. Also, welcome in the Pizza Guy and Bear King. Ona, hello, how's it going? I cannot read what that says, but the weird thing on the head, yeah, I think it's like a frill. I'm not sure. But we're going to paint it up red anyway, even though it's just feathers. But how are you all doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Ooh. There we go. Okay, so what we're going to do, so we got brown there. Let me double check my roosters here. So there are plenty of roosters that kind of go with the white. We're not going to do that. Okay, so it seems a lot of these kind of go with this red to brown, kind of this bluish teal at the ends of their feathers. So since kind of weird, he has some feathers there and a little bit there, but kind of goes down into the brown a little bit. I wonder if I can look. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Now I can see. Okay, so up towards the middle of the arm typically is where kind of the teal is, and it goes down into this brownish color. So we're going to go back to that brown and just kind of put that in on the tips here, down below. And then we'll go back in with some of that tealish color. Do the same here. And actually, we can kind of just go all the way around with it here. Because it's going to have that like yellowish color on the fingers and stuff too. Because we're going to go with the same color on those fingers as we do for the feet. Keep things consistent. Sorry, missed chat here. Just says hello in Japanese. I recognize the hair gun. Okay, perfect. I apologize. I only have a little bit of study in one other language. It is not one that we see, I would say we see often on Twitch. And it's been so long since I've practiced, I'm definitely out of practice for it. Okay, cool. What language? Mandarin. Yeah, I studied Mandarin in college. And I lived in Taiwan for about a year. So I got some good studying, good practice in. Really enjoyed it, but you paid attention not knowing Nihongo. When I was in high school, I did like one Japanese class, which is really cool, but that was a very long time ago. How long have you been doing this? I have been painting miniatures on and off since I was a kid. I started, when I was like 8 or 9 or so. So back in the 90s. And then from there, I went to college. Got my career started, all that stuff. So I kind of put it off to the side for a bit. But then I would still occasionally paint stuff here and there, but I really started taking it seriously in about 2020, 2021. So, you love the Three Kingdoms? Yeah, I'm a big fan of of the Romance of Three Kingdoms book. It's the whole story behind that. I've played Dynasty Warriors and stuff too, and things. So I'm very familiar. And it's been on my radar because of that, but I just haven't gotten to it yet, sadly. All right, let's see here. Let's go ahead and put some color down on the. I can use. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I think. Okay, cool. Let's see, we're gonna put some of this down here. Because the back feathers, again, we're going with that green gray, which looks black. It just looks like straight up black, which I recognize. But I promise it's not. Also, since I'm here, I can go ahead and just add a little bit of that in with this brown. Go ahead and just paint in this hat. Cow complain. Burning everything. Yeah. Classic cow. It's actually one of my favorite movies. Is Red Cliff, if you ever seen it. It's a John Woo film, but it's based on The Romance of Three Kingdoms. Such a good movie. If you like the Romance of Three Kingdoms story and all that stuff and like the characters and It is probably the best. They've done tons of different movies and different medias about that, but in my opinion, it is the best movie that's ever been made about it. I always want to see it. If you do, just as a heads up, if you do, make sure to get the international full version. The American version is cut down. It is essentially a 2-part movie. It's about 4.5 hours, so it is an investment, and you can watch it in 2 parts. There's like in theaters they broke it down into 2, but when they brought it over here to the States, they cut it down to one 2.5 hour movie, and it cuts over so much. It cuts out so much. Definitely do not recommend the American version. Or the Western version, I suppose. But whenever you're finding it, I was only able to find it on one thing, the full version. It's very hard to find, and I don't remember where it is. I think it's on like Fandango Movies or something, which is not a service I had ever used before, but I only bought the digital version on it specifically because it's literally the only place I could find it. Like, it's not even on Amazon. So make sure when you go to watch it, you watch the full version. I promise you won't regret it. Okay, let's see. Let's get some color on the cloth, shall we? Also, Gasty Kirby, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. All right, so we're gonna be kind of going with some greenish on the pants and some bluish on the shirt, and then likely do an off-color blue for the armor, or maybe that dark teal. I think we might just go brown for the. No, we'll go with the same color with that. Okay, so let's go. Let's go. All right, we gotta get. Nope, that's just green. I don't want that. That's pretty close. It's a little dark, but I think this will do well. All right, we're gonna be going with cobalt blue green from Chimera, which is kind of a turquoise teal color. And we're going to darken it up a little bit. We're going to make it dark. Dino Master, question: how did you get the base for the Uroni made? Did you get a bunch of basing kits and do it yourself, or did you 3D print? Both, as a matter of fact. So I'll show you some of the basing that I've done before it's primed, so you can see it a little easier. So I got pieces from, like, these little statues and stuff are from Dark Messiah. These, like, bamboo, and basically all the other basing parts are from Epic Basing. I love those guys. They do great work. And I bought these ones, but then I eventually was like, oh, you know, I have so much that I need to print for this army, or that I need for this army. I need to start just printing them myself. So I started printing them myself also. So, again, from Dark Messiah, and then all the rest of the gray ones are from Epic Basing. And then from there, all I do is just put a texture paste on top. Anywhere where there isn't stuff. It's easy. It's as easy as that. So, but if you really kind of work and put together some, like, you can really curate some really nice little scenes to go along with your base. So, like, this guy's jumping over this little scene with these tiny little statues behind the tree and stuff, and just in a little garden kind of situation. So, like, you really put together some nice stuff. If you just kind of prioritize it a little bit. And that's the thing about basing, is you want to make sure that it's good and people are going to like it, but you also want to make sure it doesn't take away from the rest of the piece, right? So keeping them, like, this one also is kind of jumping over some little statues here, but, you know, keeping them somewhat together, just to make sure that it doesn't, like, overdo anything. That's what I recommend. We get some Epic Basings pieces for Age of Sigmar doors. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, they got lots of good stuff. Okay. All right, so we got that teal down, but we need some more of the... Where did you go? My favorite paint. Scale colors, green-gray. I'm sure there are alternatives for all the other paint lines as well, but I've had this tube of green gray for 3 years now, and I use it on pretty much literally every single thing I paint, and I'm still not even like halfway out of this tube. It's kind of insane. All right, a little bit of that. I'm gonna see here. Just bring this up a little bit so you can see a bit better. So we got our teal, our cobalt here. We got our green gray there. So I'm just going to grab a dab of that. And a little bit of this goes a long, long way. So I'm going to have to take a little bit extra of this. See? It just completely envelops this stuff. Not in a bad way, but definitely one you just got to be like, whoa, okay, hold on. I'm going to do a little bit more. I need a lot more of this. There we go. I think that'll be a good base. Because we are going to work back up to this color, but we want some shadow and contrast between the two. So we're going a little dark first. And I did mention it at the beginning of the stream for the folks who were here, but just in case, I am if you get the reference on how this guy's painted by the end of the stream, I don't know, you win the stream, I guess. I was trying to think of something else to get, but I don't really have anything, so you'll just win. Unless you already heard what I was doing earlier, then you got to keep your mouth shut. And normally, I would suggest folks to sub-assemble. That means paint elements before you glue them all together. But I'm going to be honest, I rarely practice what I preach in that regard. It will make getting into a lot of these spaces easier when you paint, but man, I just like having the full piece ready to go when I'm painting, you know what I mean? So I'm really bad about it. I don't do it very often, but it definitely would make things easier in some respects. Okay. I think we'll do the same color on this little back banner here. Okay, so there's a lot of armor there. So the question is, do I want to go... keep that brighter color? I think I do, and then I'll go for slightly darker blue on the sides back there. Okay, so we're going to do this with the armor and stuff too. Although we're going to work up a slightly different blue for the armor. But I like to start with a lot of the dark colors first and then work my way up from there. But everyone does it differently. Why don't you have background music while painting? For a few reasons. Since this is an official Parabellum stream, I want to ensure that we don't do anything that would copyright strike any of their stuff and harm the social media channels that Parabellum has. I don't want to do anything that would hurt the company in any way, shape, or form. So I don't do music for that is the main reason. The other reason is there's a lot of folks who, depending on where you go, there are a lot of folks who don't enjoy it. some folks like to kind of just like listen in the background a little bit or listen to their own music and me while they paint. So sometimes on my own personal stream, I will use a little bit of very soft background music. That way it doesn't really intrude on if they want to listen to something. But I'd rather give people kind of the option, you know. Wakari Mashite. Oh, OST for Ghost of Tsushima. Yes, that would be great. I've either been watching like samurai movies and films and stuff, or listening to soundtracks. Like, actually, I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Kodo, but they do most. If you ever hear taiko drums in most modern movies and TV shows, not all the time, but I would say most of the time, it's Kodo that's performing it. And I was extremely lucky that I got to go see Kodo perform live just a few months ago. And it was one of the coolest things. It was such a treat. It was on my bucket list to see them live, and so I'm glad I got to do that. Kodo and shamisen? Yeah, dude, love the shamisen. I almost bought a shamisen when I was in college. Kid you not. Looking nice. Thanks, Pig Squeak. How's it going? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. The other nice thing about the Uroni army is that you can paint them up all as to like one faction and cohesive color scheme, like, you know, most other armies, right? But because they're, you know, the way that they're like formed and whatnot, you don't necessarily need to do that. You can make them all pretty individualized, which I really like. Let's see. We can go for brown on that. Do that there. Okay. Mainly, I probably should have planned out a lot of this color scheme a bit better, but man, it's my day off, so just relaxing. Very nice. I don't know why, but I get the feeling you were planning to paint him like Philadelphia Eagles colors. No, certainly not. Although this is kind of looking like that, isn't it? I didn't. That was definitely not intentional. I've only once ever painted anything to a particular football team colors, and that was special for Adepticon because we were in Milwaukee, which is very close to Green Bay. And of course, we had to paint up our fish gnome in the style of the Green Bay Packers, since he has a little football club and everything. So, I believe if I have to paint, I would do it with different colors from Japanese clans. Yeah, so that's kind of my overall goal. I've been doing a lot of research into just different Japanese clans and just kimono designs in general and stuff. So I've been taking a lot of inspiration from a lot of those. But one thing I like is that, you know, it was fairly, you know, especially if you like look at especially modern Japanese festivals, there's so many brightly colored and amazing looking like samurai armor sets and things like that, and just kimonos in general. So I'm going to be trying to do, not every single one will be completely individual, but I'm going to be trying to customize most every character in this army with probably his own colors. Seiji Tokugawa and Oda, very popular picks for sure. I'm playing a Kenku Monk in my online D&D game. Nice. I haven't gotten any physical mini, but I've drawn them. Oh, very cool. I would say the scale of these might not match your typical D&D game if you do play with minis. But definitely worth checking out if you're interested in some cool minis. I'd say the typical D&D minis are about yay big. These guys are like ogre sized, specifically. This whole faction is, so. Let me see here. Okay, so we got this kind of turquoise-ish. Okay. Now we need to go with a bit of the green. Greenish colors. Oh, I could have just gone with that brown. Okay, well, that's good to know. Okay. This will be a good green to go off of, but I need something darker first. So why don't we do what we've been doing this whole time? And just use this paint, but then just use the green gray to darken it. Easy peasy. The one thing I hadn't thought through yet, to be perfectly honest, is whether or not I'm going to be doing like gold trim on the armor, or maybe another color. So, haven't gotten quite that far yet, but we'll see how it goes. Right now, for the pants, we're going with this oxide green. It's kind of a pale, more matte green color. Gonna mix it in with that green gray, as we've been doing with everything else. I need a lot more of that green, though, to mix in. There we go. Okay. I got this really kind of darkish green here. So you guys might start recognizing where this color scheme's coming from here pretty soon. Hey, Pixel Brush, what's going on? Did you announce Colors of Conquest yet, or am I late to the party? I did not. I saved that for the end of the stream, so it will be quite a bit later. We might do it in the middle of the stream. It's honestly, I can do it whenever. But I usually save it for a bit into the stream. Sometimes we'll do a little painting afterwards, but not always. Roger, thanks. But yeah, but I hope things are going well, Pixel Brush. But yeah, for those who don't know, Colors of Conquest is a monthly online challenge for anyone who paints any Conquest miniatures. If you post online on social media with the hashtag mini painting and hashtag Colors of Conquest, as well as tag the Parabellum account on that social media channel, they will take your picture and make a note of it to review each month with all the other ones that do that as well. When they do, they will go through and award 9 runner-ups and 1 winner for some discount codes or free minis or a gift card. So it's a pretty cool little thing that they got going on, and it's completely free. All you got to do is just post your stuff online. And every month I come in and I think they've already announced the ones for March so far, but in case they haven't, you will see them here. Hey, Edward, what's going on? Good to see you, bud. Okay, not too bad so far. Oh, I didn't even paint that shoulder pad. Whoops. That's all right. Sorry, I see you painting Kinku. Tengu, my bad. Yeah, tomato. I just know they're going to turn out amazing. Well, I am painting each one very individual, so one might look great, the other one might look not so great, but I'm hoping that they all look good. I'm gonna be doing my best regardless. And I personally like to go with kind of more of a greenish gold on stuff, so I'm gonna be doing a lot of that. Okay, let's go into here. I don't know if I want to do that shoulder pad the same, actually. Okay. Does Conquest have its own soundtrack? Got me thinking about it now. Talking about the streaming music thing. It does not, sadly. That would be very cool. I would definitely be a big fan if they were able to get a big old Conquest soundtrack, like a theme for each faction, and then a few like ambient battle sounds and stuff. That would be very cool. I'm a big fan of just ambient music to kind of get you in the mood for playing stuff. Like if it's battle sounds or whatnot, like even when I'm in like RPGs and stuff, music is having good appropriate music is such like an important piece for me. I didn't remember how I didn't remember how much of an impact that makes on me until my very first D&D game. I did not last in that group very long, and no hate to the like the game runner, the GM or DM. It just wasn't my speed. But we start getting in there, and we get into our first combat. I was like, "Cool, this is gonna be fun." And as soon as like combat starts, he starts playing. I think it was like Led Zeppelin or something, or some sort of like kind of hair metal stuff, and it just instantly took me out of the game. And I was like, "Oh, what is this? Why are we listening to this right now?" I was like, put on like a Lord of the Rings soundtrack type of thing or something. This is also back when there wasn't really a whole lot of options for that kind of stuff. See, I had random hair that got stuck in there. Man, that was a instant buzzkill. D&D is still alive? Oh, absolutely it is. Regardless of what anyone, whether or not anyone cares for it. I think there are lots of other better RPGs out there personally, but D&D is, it's accessible. A lot of faction conquests have cultures they inspire that would definitely have a feel to their music. What would Spire's music sound like? See, that's a good question. Because you have to think, right? Hey, Hamburg, what's going on? I am currently painting a Tengu. Tengu Ayakashi from Conquest. It is essentially a bird wearing a hat and armor and a bow. You can see this one a little easier here. They're bird folk. Oh, geez. Okay, I thought I just broke that string. I have to be so careful with these strings on these bows. Evil, how's it going? Age of Empires 2 music is not bad. That's true. Welcome in, by the way. Also, Call for Fire and Matt, height gaining and Chinese Cass. Oh man, I missed a bunch of follows. Kimaka, Compact Bear. I think I got Compact Bear earlier. Pipsqueak, Level Narrative, NECA 109, Ghastly Kirby, I remember for sure. But welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the follows. For those who are unaware, I am Walter's Workshop. I stream here on Twitch on my channel, which is just Walter's Workshop. Also, welcome in Bulletproof Moon. But if you're interested in checking me out personally, I stream usually twice a week, sometimes once a week, depending on how life goes. But that's my, if you'd like to see it in the chat, that is my personal page, and I stream there at least once a week, painting mostly Conquest, to be honest, still. But also, once a month we do this stream with Parabellum, where I host Colors of Conquest, where we paint awesome Conquest stuff. So, welcome in, Lotus. How you doing? Another awesome miniature painting streamer you should follow if you haven't. Lotus K over here. How you doing? It's good stuff. Definitely recommend to follow. Oh, I appreciate that, Edward. You don't have to lie to him. Okay, let's get some more red in here. This is very, very dark, but we need this to be a little bit on the redder side. Okay, cool. Okay, not too shabby. We're getting there. All right, it's pretty mid. I appreciate the honesty. Now I know how you really feel. Oh, man. Okay, let's get this kind of greenish color. We can go with over here. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Yeah, we will be announcing the Colors of Conquest runner-ups and winner for March later on in this stream, and we'll go and take a look at everybody's awesome work. Okay. So I'm mostly focused on the bird right now. Work on more of the work on more of the basing later. Now, the question is, what do we do with the bow? Do we paint it? Let's see what kind of a traditional Kyojutsu typical bow looks like. Let's see, a lot of browns, some black ones. Let's go with brown. The bird is the word, that's true. I'm about to start painting my Vanguard clones. I was wondering how you painted their flesh since they're clones. Do you thematically think it would be a different color than my High Clone Executor? So, in the lore, if I remember correctly, I may be slightly wrong, but if I remember reading it correctly, typically a High Clone Executor is a clone himself and will go up through the ranks and essentially just survive, which is kind of a rare feat for them. But usually starting out as a Vanguard clone. So it would make sense that they would essentially have the kind of same color scheme, or same color types. Although, because they've risen in the ranks, they would likely have access to better health care, I guess, in whatever Spire's terminology that could mean. They aren't quite to the same level as the elves, right? The natural born folk. I'm sure that they would say. but they've at least earned some, you know, rank in that regard. So you could argue um, that they look better because of that. But that all being said, you could just say, oh, well, they just look like the same Vanguard clones. I think it was Highborn. No, the High Clone, yeah, I believe it's the High Clone Executor, right? Or most of the Highborn folks will only go in Avatara. They will not go to the battlefield themselves. Yeah, the clone executors are clones themselves. If I'm wrong on that, anybody feel free to correct me, but I'm quite sure that is the case. Again, I could be wrong. Okay. Okay, now we're just going into some of the highlights, starting to brighten up the pantaloons just a little bit. Might be fun to give him more palette tone to symbolize manufactured origin. Yeah, if you already have your skin tone done for it, then I would keep them somewhat consistent. Me personally, but that's because I like to kind of like theme my army with certain lore bits and fan canon and whatnot that I create. But obviously, you can paint it however you like. You can create your own head canon about your army. Maybe he rose to the ranks well enough that he can afford the luxuries of nice makeups and perfumes. One thing I think a lot of people forget when it comes to the spires is that they have a very like Hunger Games-esque nature. So if you remember in the Hunger Games where they had like the folks in the capital that are all hoity-toity with all these crazy accoutrements and like fashion decorations and stuff, that's the spires, like the Highborn spires. Like if you look at the miniature for the lineage Highborn, right? Look at those like crazy 1700 style like curly curl wigs and stuff that it's wearing. Like the Highborn folk are like very much that kind of awful fashion is everything, presentation is all kind of situation. Definitely think I'm doing that. Yeah. And the palette skin makes total sense. I actually went kind of the opposite with mine. But definitely the like pallid, like very gross kind of skin tone makes a lot of sense for sure. But I went with kind of this dark purplish kind of like grime concept. So a lot of my like clone folks and like the skin on my spires is very like dark purplish, which is not common. So skin tone works really well with it. Yeah, exactly. I figure with all the machinations and weird stuff that the Ferromancers were doing, that they likely altered things a bit. Yeah, I agree. I am also looking forward to seeing what you do. Okay. Time to prime. Oh, yeah. It was funny. About an hour before stream started, I was just kind of looking down. I was like, everything seems like it's ready to go. I'm pretty sure we can start, but I feel like I'm missing something. And I realized I was like, I didn't prime. That's exactly what the issue was. I was like, oh, whoops, I should probably get these primed. So thankfully I remembered before we got started. Okay, coming along. Being the leader of the Necromunda gang with the Hanya mask in mind. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Oh, we said we were going to go brown. Oh, I guess I could make it kind of... Okay. This dark brown color. Things I'm like, just going along. Nice. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Because that's an interesting concept. Again, it is not a bad idea to paint your minis in pieces before you build them or before you go to paint them. Makes life a little easier in some fashions, but I never claimed I was a smart man. I just get excited and I want to, like, you know. There we go. I'm just going pretty much straight into where these areas would be most highlighted. I'm probably going to go back in and do a lot of kind of working it back down and back up and things like that. But right now, I don't think that that's a bad idea just to go right in with some of these stronger highlights. Welcome in. It's in Gunner and LC667, I think. That's how that's pronounced. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Smexy Dancing Cockroach Sink? What? That's an interesting name. Welcome in. Thank you for the follows. Much appreciated. Okay, now I need to go back into slightly darker. Here we go. I'm not going too bright on these screens down here because I don't need to. Because they're in the shadow anyway. So, got a little bit of texture in there. I'm having trouble setting my paints the right way. Any tips? So it is kind of a trial and error, you know. Let's sort of angle this a little bit better. So maybe you can see it. Oh, nope, that's definitely not going to help. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it quite as well. I'll do my best to show. But obviously, you can over thin stuff pretty easily. But I would say in working with this, like, I usually try to get it to a point where it still stays on the palette a good bit, but like obviously this is getting too wet here. So all you got to do is just add a good bit more, you know, add a good bit more paint to it. I'd still say it's probably a little on the thick side, but that's okay. So you can see how when I brush it out, it pools together into tiny little bits. That's probably just for me, that's about the consistency I like, but it's not going to get you a ton of good coverage. It's a little bit more on the wet side, so you just got to add a bit more of the pigments to them. Oop, that was probably a bit too much. There we go. They should. Again, they're pretty good. So now you have a nice solid layer. It's not like not going too much until you get out here a bit more, and then obviously it starts doing it again. But just make sure you stick in the middle of here, where the big group of it is. I usually like to also kind of twist my brush a little bit. One, because it helps me get a nice point usually, but also because it kind of helps lock in some of that pigment a bit. So, but remember, you do want them to be on the thinner side in general anyway. That way, whoops, forgot how close we were. Yeah, that way when they're on the thinner side, it's better to have to do more layers than have to go back and fix ones that are too thick. You know what I mean? Absolutely, Bear King. Happy to help. Is anybody else working on any good conquests at the moment, or also have you played Conquest recently? If so, how did it go? Okay. Pants are starting to get there. We're getting probably a little too much texture and not enough. There we go. All right, let's go with this. Hey, Plankwalker, good to see you as always. How you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend. Do a little blending on these pants here. Well, just notice how intense that is. It's a little too much. Okay. Getting some pretty good blending in there. We need to probably back it down just a little bit. So far, so good. Good. I'll probably have to back it down just a little bit and get some better shadows in there. But then we'll go from there and start working up the armor plates and the feathers. And probably some of the basing stuff too. That'll probably be kind of the last addition that we do is probably the basing. But I hope we'll have enough time to get to the basing today, but we'll see. We're about 2 hours in. I'm off now. I'll tune into your other streams. No worries, Delta Forge. Thanks so much for hanging out. And again, for anyone else who wants to see more of my regular stuff, please feel free to check out my personal Twitch page, which is Walter's Workshop. If I can learn how to spell. Boop. Send you a follow. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, I have to wait until I give myself another shout out there. That's fine. But I appreciate that. Yeah, I stream at least once a week on my personal channel. And then we do it once a month here for Conquest on this channel. So is Fatty rated in. Welcome in. How's it going, everybody? How are you doing today? Oh, Airsoft. Interesting. Man, I used to play Airsoft all the time when I was a little kid. You know, teenager and whatnot. How's it going, Airsoft? Welcome in. We are doing the Colors of Conquest stream and painting some of the new Euroni faction, this is the Tengu. But welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? Have you checked out Conquest yet? But what were you streaming? What were you playing? Games? Were you painting some minis? Maybe? I know there's probably a bit of an ad break, but rating in with 45 folks. Much appreciated. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, everybody. Yeah, we're just painting these Tengu Ayakashi, which are essentially like bird folk, Japanese inspired. But appreciate you raiding in. Sloth Lucy, welcome. And Chrono Sloth, 2 sloths. Welcome. Okay. Go back to slightly brighter green back here. Especially catching the back of the legs because there's going to be a little bit more in the bottom because there's going to be a little bit more light coming down there. Did you play Total War Pharaoh? I did not. No. How was it? Welcome, Raiders. Indeed. Welcome, welcome. I am Walter's Workshop. I stream here on Twitch fairly frequently, and I'm hosting this month's Colors of Conquest for Parabellum Games. So if you like miniatures, if you like painting, you're in the right place. If you like the best war game on the market, you're definitely in the right place. I might be biased, but that doesn't mean it's not true. I like it. But sandstorms are awful. Oh, I bet. But there's nothing better for Age of Bronze than Total War Pharaoh. Interesting. I might have to try it out when I get a chance. It's kind of one of the issues about trying to be a competition painter is it does not give me a lot of time to play video games, sadly, as much as I'd like. Sorry, I know I'm like putting this right up on my face. Because even when I'm not streaming, I'm still usually painting, or at least working on some miniatures in some fashion or form. You like listening to the dulcet tones of Walter talking while painting? Yeah. Well, then, here I am. For those who don't know who I am, I'm Walter's Workshop. I am a competition painter, usually, and also player of Conquest and host of Colors of Conquest every month, as well as you may have seen me on the Play on Tabletop YouTube channel playing Conquest. But I paint a little bit of everything. Special, Peggy Shea, Armor of Felroy, Kalarin, welcome in. Thank you for the follows. Much appreciated. Now, see, will probably work with Renaissance Total War. That'd be cool. I could dig that. Okay, so we got some good green going on here for these pants. I'm not super excited about that. Pretty keen on those. About 2 hours in to a 6-hour stream. I'm probably going to take a quick little bathroom break. And we'll continue. We're going to work on working up these feathers as well as the hat and the cloth and armor are next up on the docket. So maybe we'll get to some more highlights and stuff soon. But until then, if you guys don't mind sticking around for just a few minutes, we will be back here probably about 3 minutes-ish. So hopefully we'll see you there. Oop. All right, I think we're back. Okay. Thank you for allowing me that break. Now, my question for everybody here. Let me adjust my chair. Hey, Deb, what's going on? Appreciate you being here. My question for everybody is, what do you want to see next from Parabellum for Conquest? We just got a whole bunch of new orcs previewed. Just got home from brunch. Living the Green. Thank you. If I think you might understand the reference that I'm going for this guy. I'm not going to give it away yet, but I'm hoping that people will pick it up here pretty soon. Let's see. For the cloth and stuff, we can still... I get the reference. Good. All right, so the cloth is going to be a bit more of this Turk, like kind of brighter. Oop, that's too wet. So like, I believe it was Bear earlier was asking, thinning paints having difficulty. It's always a trial and error. Always, always, always. Just got to make sure that it looks right, kind of feels right on the brush, which I know is that kind of thing just kind of takes experience, I suppose. But eventually, keep practicing with it and you'll get it down. That was a little too thin. This might still be a bit too thin, but we're going to give it a shot. Make sure I'm in the frame here. Yeah, still pretty thin here. How about something Caribbean inspired? Ooh. That'd be pretty cool. I can tell you that one of the factions they have that has been announced and they've shown some concept art for is pirate themed. And that faction was tentatively called the Dogs of War. I'm not sure if they've kept that name or not. But it essentially was a mishmash of characters from all over different factions, and they more dinos and Valkyries. Well, we'd definitely be getting more Valkyries, that is for sure. But essentially, it's kind of a pirate-themed faction of just tons of people who have left their realm and gone to be pirates, essentially. So I do one of my favorite. I think they made a miniature for it. I can't, or at least it was definitely in concept art. Can't remember. But it was of an orc, like pirate captain, kind of leaning over a barrel, and instead of a parrot, he had a little pterodactyl on his shoulder, and absolutely love that little piece of concept art, or mini, or whichever it was. Currently, oh, okay, cool. I wasn't sure if they made that mini or not yet, but I'm glad they did. For the next colors, nice. Looking forward to seeing it. This is a little bit of an experiment for me. This is my first time really using Chimera colors. So I'm kind of learning as you watch, because every paint brand and scheme kind of has their own feel, their own way that they blend and things like that, depending on the mixture. So I'm learning a lot with this. This is really fun. Ooh. We're gonna go take just a little droplet of that green gray and mix it in with this turquoise, just so we can get in some more of that color down in here. That's pretty fun. Yeah, I thought it was a very cool idea and concept for sure. Because I mean, who doesn't love pirates, right? Interesting. Okay. Merchant ships. Never as in you'll never love pirates, or never as in you'll never not love pirates. Was that the kitty cat, Deb? You do not like them. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, everybody is entitled to their likes, obviously, and dislikes. Nothing wrong with not liking pirates. Silly gizmo. Ooh, it was a lot. That's okay. Just love army as military world. Fair enough. I kind of remind I always there's almost always the debate of pirates versus ninjas and things like that. And one of my favorite little tidbits about history was essentially like kind of the pirate army in China, led by this woman who took over. And it's such a fascinating true story. Obviously, as history goes on, things likely get embellished and whatnot, but it's crazy to hear about how she basically had the emperor of China terrified. Like, that's huge. I wish I could remember her name. It's a nice looking mini. Whoa, thank you. Guacamole. That's pretty great. Yeah, we're getting there. It's got a long way to go, but we're getting there. This is the Tengu Ayakashi from Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings. Tengu, I love it. Yeah. This is their newest faction, the Yoroni. It's based on, it's inspired by, I should say, like Japanese yokai and mythology. So it's really, really neat faction. I instantly fell in love with it. Hey, Ella Rain, good to see you. How you doing? Is it the one you're going with the rooster look? Yes, it is. I think it was more like Shinto. Yeah, there's the Tengu and there's the Kenku and a few other things. But again, this is inspired by. They're kind of doing their own thing with it, which I like. I'm just gonna do a layer of this, so we have some room to highlight a little bit. Again, this is a new paint brand for me to use, so I'm kind of learning as I go along on how it interacts with the mini and the model and stuff. So I'm enjoying it. This is a really good learning experience. Wasn't there a homage to her in Pirates of the Caribbean? Yes, there was. She was. I don't think they named her specifically, but they did have a Chinese pirate lord that was a woman in Pirates of the Caribbean. So okay. How's everybody's weekend going? I hope that's going well so far. I appreciate you all hanging out here and checking out Conquest and hanging out with me as we get this painted up. I'm hoping it might be something that PlayOn wants to, once this army's done, that PlayOn might want to feature again. That's interesting indeed. Or with pure pigments or mixes. I'm working with Chimera's set of paints, which I think are technically just pigments. Pure pigment acrylics, they say. Yeah, so working with Chimera paints primarily right now. Okay, we're gonna let those elements dry a bit, and we're gonna move on to the feathers. Main line is all pure pigments. I think some of their artist line are mixes. Yeah, it is. It's not their artist line. It's their expansion number 2. So, in case of the sleepies, not actually tired, just kind of bored. Oh, I get that. Get that for sure. I've been it's been kind of me honestly most of the week for some reason. It's beautiful out. It's also mid 80s. I'm scared for this summer. See, I am so excited because I love summer weather. I don't really care to be outside, to be completely honest. I'm not an outdoorsy guy, but I just like being able to go outside, um, without having to bundle up and be cold. You know what I mean? Also, I have been trying to do better about my own health and whatnot, so I've been biking a good bit. So now that it's nicer weather, I can bike again. There's a part later likes to lay on the sun. Yeah, 100%. Get some brown on the beak there. I'm going to put some brown on the fingers as well because we're going for that kind of consistent look of, you know, the rooster skin that they typically have on like their legs, right? Lizard men, Warhammer Fantasy. Yeah, the lizard men are quite cool. Whoop. Gotta be really careful not to hit the bow because bending it too much will make its little bowstring snap off. Have to be particularly careful. So there will be some game like that for Conquest at least. I think if Conquest continues to grow at the rate it is, we will definitely see an awesome video game like Total War for it. That is my hope. So in Dawn of War, Conquest frees like a baby. Entrance Crusade. Yeah. I mean, still only just over 5 years old for Conquest. Still got a lot of awesome growing to do. Get that a little bit brighter because we're going to be going with kind of a straw hat thing. So I do want to go brighter with this brown. You know, just last year. Yeah, it's actually funny the way I discovered it. I went to Gen Con in 2019, but I didn't really I didn't stop and stick around too much. I was because I there are millions of things going on. Um, but you know, being a miniature painter primarily, I was always on the hunt for cool new stuff to check out when it came to miniatures. And I saw this awesome looking big old diorama with these dwarves marching down this lava filled chasm on this bridge. And I was like, that's cool. So I took a picture. And then just kind of moved on. And it wasn't until little about a year later, I a friend of mine who streams on Twitch just happened to be painting a Dwagholm dwarf from Conquest, and I was like, "What is that? That looks pretty neat." It's like, "Oh, it's a dwarf from this game called Conquest." I was like, "Cool." He's like, "Yeah, it's pretty much it's a real new game, and but models are pretty cool. They got some cool stuff coming out." And I was like, "Cool, I'll check it out." So I did, read through the rules a little bit, and I was like, "Oh, this is nice." Saw that they had a free army builder app, which was like, okay, that's really cool. They only had a few factions at the time, but they were just about to release a new one, which was the Wadroon. And I was like, I'm really digging this. This is a really cool concept. Really nice, uh, really nice ideas. I'm liking this a lot. So I decided to get some and start painting it. And the more I looked into it, the more I liked it, and just so on and so forth. And eventually, it just got to me painting Conquest all the time. Hey, Runic. Look at that model. How's it going, dude? If you guys don't follow Runic Raccoon, another awesome miniature painter here on Twitch, hope you're doing well, my guy. Hope you're having a good weekend. But yeah, then I mean, honestly, as much Conquest as I got, it got to be the point where I was just pretty much painting nothing but Conquest on stream all the time. And I'm a big fan. Great, making leather all weekend. Got a gig at the fair, stocking up. School's out for between semesters, so I got free time. Nice. That's good to hear. You're doing though? How's the project coming along? Feeling good about it? So far, so good. Again, this is kind of a learning experience for me because I finally cracked open my Chimera paints, so I'm giving them a go, and I'm liking them a lot. So it's going pretty well. It's always a little bit of back and forth for these particular streams because I want to make sure that I can show that people can paint awesome miniatures in a fairly quick amount of time. But admittedly, I am not someone who paints quick very often, so this is about as quick as I go. But let's get some brown on this beak here. There we go. They're great in my opinion. Still learning how to work with them on the palette. Blending is interesting. Yes, for sure. Feel that. I feel so slow when I paint anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind painting slow. It's just because for me it's kind of the journey as opposed to the destination. I feel like for a lot of painting, but at the same time you want to have stuff done. So and be able to move on to other projects. We're getting there with this guy, thankfully. Okay, let's brighten up. Let's brighten up these feathers. Pressures come from networking side of things in the community. Yeah, I get it. But honestly, that's why I started streaming and sharing my stuff in the first place, is kind of put me in a place to be kind of held accountable a little bit. Because there would be times where I would not paint for a long time. I wanted to make sure that I was still going to be painting. So I'm glad that there are plenty of folks out there that are watching and keeping me doing what I'm doing. But it's supposed to be a hobby. It is a hobby. It is a hobby for sure. But it's something I want to get better at. And if I don't put the time and effort, then I won't get better. And the hobby goes as intense as you make it. Everybody has different levels, and there's no problem with that at all. Not everybody has to paint, competition level miniatures and stuff, but just depends on how far you want to take your hobby. If you just want to slap a little bit of paint on there and play some games, that's great. Take your time and enjoy. Yeah. A discussion the other day on the Council of Mini Painters. we're thinking about what makes you a professional. Started talking about our painting journeys. It's really interesting to hear everyone's perspective. So much diversity. So yeah, exactly. It's all individual to you. You know, however you feel, and everybody has different ideas, and that's one of the things I like about art in general. Um, some people may not feel like this is even art, really, but it is, at least in my opinion. You can take it as far as you wish. Professionals, when you get paid for, I believe. A lot of people, yeah, a lot of people have that designation as you're a professional when you get paid. When I was a DM, discussion about being a pro. Yeah, a lot of people just kind of, and there's nothing wrong with the idea of, you know, if you get paid, you're a professional. Um, is certainly a valid way to quantify it. I think by definition, I think that is kind of what is expected of a professional. Never believe I'm a pro. There are some people I've heard that feel that professional designation means that it's like a full time thing that you do, like it is your profession. And that I feel it has a merit to that argument as well. Again, I think it's more open to personal interpretation. Um, however, anybody wants to look at that kind of thing. Some people might, like, for example, I mean, I suppose there are folks who would probably consider me a professional miniature painter, but I don't really see it as my profession, if that makes sense. So I don't really consider myself to be a professional. That makes sense. I like to think I'm always trying to be professional, never actually be one. Helps me keep me going. Something unachievable makes it enjoyable. Well, I wouldn't ever say never for anything. Being a professional can quantify in many different ways. It doesn't necessarily have to do with quality, or I think that's where a lot of people get hung up. Is being a professional doesn't always hinge on like quality of the work, or you know, it's just something that you, I feel like, probably have experience in. Um, yeah, it's a hard one to it's a hard one to nail down, and everyone has their own different ideas, and even likely, even for me, those ideas probably clash a little bit sometimes. That's totally okay. It's one of the nice things about being an artist, I guess, is just make the art and let it do the talking, I suppose. Experience and sharing of said experience. Yeah. I would say I would for sure say I'm an experienced miniature painter. I'm happy to share the knowledge I've gained through that experience as best as I can. What are you painting, Lord Jaguar? Welcome in. Also, I've been remiss. I have not been checking up on the follows, but thank you, Slimer MC, Traveling Willoughby, Mark Marcellisaur. I probably just butchered that. Chileno, Doomboy, Lulu Blue, AAA. Thank you so much for the follows, and welcome in, Lord Jaguar. We are painting the Tengu Ayakashi. This is a I'm painting it in a rooster color, but there are many ways to do it, and there are many different birds to choose from. This is kind of the standard kit. Doesn't come with all the basing elements, just the miniature itself, and I put the little bowstring on there. But it's essentially a Tengu warrior, kind of from Japanese mythology, and it's an archer. So there are also the Tengu Bushi as well, and I've been customizing mine to fit certain different birds. This is going to be a crane, for example. So, got a nice katana and whatnot. Paint Tengu robes with white. I will likely do one in white. I'm basically making each one individual. It's going to have its own colors, its own armor scheme, things like that. I want them all to be, fairly individual. So we'll see. We'll see lots of them. All right, now we can start working a little bit on the flesh tones in the beak. We have dark ochre and honeymoon yellow. We're gonna jam on. So I start with the darker of the two, the ochre, and we're gonna mix it a little bit with that brown. Leaning more heavily into the ochre. There we go. And this is going to be for kind of the fingers and the toes. And the beak. I look mint. Thank you. This is for Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings by Parabellum Games, which is the channel we're on at the moment. The official Parabellum Twitch channel. So highly encourage if you like seeing these, or if you're interested in wargaming, or in my biased opinion, the best wargame on the market at the moment for tabletop games, or you just like cool miniatures to paint that are fantasy themed, then I highly recommend everybody check them out. And if you check out the pinned comment above as well, and you're interested in getting some of these, there is a code that is attached to that link. But if you enter the code in on their store with the code being Walter's Workshop, then you'll get 10% off anything you would get. So for this particular Tengu, I'm going with a rooster theme. So I just thought it'd be neat. I'm trying to make every single one of them slightly individual in their own respects. So each one will be a different kind of bird. Other birds I have planned on is a secretary bird. And then I believe it's a royal crested crane. I believe it was a type of crane. I'm going to do one that looks like a crow. This is where I hold my tongue and don't say what came to mind. Wait, for what? What did I say? You can't just leave me there with that. Yeah, I thought about making it a raven, and really the main difference between a raven and a crow is the beak is a bit larger on a raven, but I was already putting a lot of work into all the rest of them, and they had one of the sculpts pretty much look like a raven already, so I was like, I'm just gonna leave that as is. Or it kind of looked like a crow already. I was like, I'll just leave it as is and paint it up. Now you're painting the rooster theme. Well, it was really because of the frill or the crest, I suppose, technically, on the back of this one's head that got me thinking, oh, this is basically just, I mean, even though it's not like, I know that roosters have that weird, it's not really a crest of feathers, but it's this weird, like, they have like a gizzard down here, and they have, I don't even know what that's called, like a frill, I don't know. Um, Whatever that part is on their head, that weird red fleshy bit. Um, and so I was like, even though this guy has the makings of a crow with the back feathers and he has the little beard thing going on. The comb. Okay, so I didn't know that's what that was called. Very cool. Um, so we all learned something here today. Well, at least I did. But yeah, so since they had that, I was like, this crest on this one Tengu really just looks like a crow, or like a crow. It really just looks like a rooster. So why don't I just do it that way? Just use a little bit of imagination and just make the feathers the colors that it would be. Because why not? The string on the bow come with a miniature is a little bit of kit bashing. It's a little bit of kit bashing, Bunny. Also, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, I just took. It doesn't come with the bowstring. I went to the craft store and got a little bit of jewelry wire, and basically I just take it and kind of stretch it out and straighten it out as best as I can, and then just glue it right on. I don't typically do bowstrings because they are such a pain on miniatures, but because of how big these bows were, it made sense, and I had like the perfect size wire, and so I was like, you know what, let's go ahead and give it a go. So here we go. We're getting moving. We're getting moving there. Nadi Crisis and Lord Jaguar, thanks for the follow also. And Rockstorus, thank you for the follow. And Mufsha, I think that's how it's pronounced. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for following along. Now, there are many different types of rooster feather patterns. And so I'm kind of, again, we're using our imagination a little bit and kind of going outside of the regular box. They tend to have a lot of brown, this particular breed, I suppose, of rooster that I'm working on, tends to have mostly brown feathers, but also a few kind of like iridescent, like greenish turquoise as well. So I'm working those into this little patch of feather here. So the closer to the arm in the upper area there, the more it'll turn to that turquoise color is the idea. Hey, welcome in, Nadia. Or Crisis, or whichever you would prefer me to say your name as. Recommendation for you, friends looking to straighten the wire. Some thin wooden dowels, tie it into the string, and pull it taut. Just be careful not to snap it. Heat does help. Yes, true enough. That's basically how I did it, just working it in my hands, just kind of pulling it as tight as possible. Lovely color theme. You got going with the paint. Thank you. Nadia is okay. Hi, everyone. Awesome. I was like the Rooster and Robin Hood. You're exactly correct. You got the reference. That is exactly what I've been painting this as this entire time. I've been painting him up as the Rooster from the Robin Hood Disney movie. I thought that would be a fun little. Let me do it. Told you, you were right. You're absolutely right. Yep. If you look it up, that is. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be going a little bit outside the box with this one, just a wee bit, but that is the main inspiration for this and this color scheme. So I thought that'd be a pretty good one to go for. We still have lots of tiny bits of stuff we got to do. That'll be different colors and whatnot, but like we haven't worked on any of the trim or anything yet for the armor, and the armor is going to be a bit more of the darker blue because if you look at his sleeves, he has this kind of turquoise color here, but then the inside of the sleeves is kind of a slightly darker, more standard blue. So I'm going to work on that for the armor, and yeah, so that's what we got going. Okay. Now, question is, how far do I want to push that right now? Let's work on the bluish tint of the armor, shall we? These are a bit. That pale blue is not too bad, but I kind of want to do a bit more something like this. I think, yeah, this bearing blue from Scale Color. Will you be announcing? Hey, Bedlam, welcome in. We will be doing Colors of Conquest for March today. Yes, indeed. Typically do those at the end of the stream, which will be here in probably about. Hold on, I'm going to mute real quick because it's about to get loud for my paint mixer. There we go. Yeah, I've got to get that burr machine burring. But yeah, we'll probably do that here in probably about an hour-ish, a little over an hour, likely. Okay, so we got that. Might just get a little bit of this just in case. This is ultramarine blue, as well. We might just do a little bit of a mix. All right, got to run for now. Well, we would tune in later on. No worries. Man of culture. I'm going to mix just a tiny little bit of this turquoise into this. So the full body paint sets, yeah. Okay, we're going to go a little on the darker side with this. So right now, I'm just going to be not working in too much, but just enough. Got a skedaddle? No worries. Catch you later, Bedlam. Bailey, welcome in. How are you doing? How was your stream? What were you working on? Doing some painting, perhaps? The one thing I'm going to be trying to keep in mind, although it's going to be really kind of hard for me to do, is making sure that these guys look like they're in their natural environment. That is something I struggle with a bit, but it is something I'm trying to learn. So, because this base, although it's very like dark reddish brown right now, it's going to be lots of greens. So I'm going to try to make it look like this character is kind of enveloped in its, in its space. How do you keep your colors so vibrant? Finished my Mechanist a few days ago. Turned out fine. I'm only working on my Zilliarch. I feel like I'm losing most of my vibrant red in his cloak. That's honestly a good question. Honestly, this is a bit more vibrant than I'm typically used to be perfectly honest. But really, one of the key hints I can tell you when it comes to vibrancy, I suppose, just from what I understand, is you the shadow is just as or well, how do I put this? Um, the vibrancy is just as dependent on shadow as it is on light, right? Or on like the brightness of the color. And so the darker your shadows, the brighter the rest will seem, if that makes sense. Is color theory. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like when I was a kid, I used to like look at a bunch of like how to draw books and like how to draw comics. And one of the things I always said that applies to color is when you're drawing somebody punching someone else or you know like throwing something, it's not, you can draw the exact same pose, the exact same throw, and like the exact same effort being put into it by the person who's doing the throwing, but it's the reaction to the throw that will tell people visually how intense or how strong that throw is or that punch. So, you know, if I have the same pose of just, you know, someone punching someone in the face, but they only react like this, well, it's not that hard of a punch. But if they go flying across the room with the same amount of effort and the same drawing, then they, you know, it goes, it tells you that it's much stronger. So, in the same vein, the darker the shadows, it will kind of inform how bright and vibrant things are. The contrast between the two and how they communicate with each other. Just as the physics of the drawing and how those two characters communicate with each other on the page. It's kind of how I like to think about it. But the more, and that's why there is such a thing, especially in miniature painting, where you can overblend. And honestly, I am guilty of this a lot. If you overblend your stuff on the mini, it may look technically more natural, but it's not going to make for a as striking a mini as it could because it doesn't have the it doesn't have that strong contrast and strong contrast. Even if it's, you know, even if you have something immaculately painted, that is like technically correct, it may not look quite as good, especially under like a photo or something, because it doesn't have a strong contrast. Especially at this size, right? When we're working on miniatures, you, because they're so small, you kind of have to accentuate less in the natural lighting world and think of it more in the almost supernatural lighting world a little bit. When you kind of get to the point where it's essentially realizing that this doesn't make sense in the real world, but it looks good. And that is again, a battle I am constantly having with myself. So it is a hard one to break. At least for me, it is. Kind of case in point, the one that I did our last Colors of Conquest stream was this guy here. This is the Adepticon exclusive. Unfortunately, it's paint chipped a little bit. I'm gonna actually fix that right now. But the Adepticon exclusive little fish gnome. This guy has extremely strong contrast. You can see between the lights and the darks, especially in the skin there, in the mouth. And honestly, I popped this guy out in what, like 4 hours, I think, on that stream. And I was upset with myself because it looks, I mean, in my opinion at least, it looks really good. But it doesn't look natural. When I'm looking at it right here, I'm just like, that doesn't make sense. Like these contrasts are like so strong. They look so weird to me in a sense of real life. But on the miniature, especially from how small it is and how far away it is and stuff, it looks great. Like I can't fault it. I'm like, okay, I'm kind of keen on this. This looks pretty good, you know. So that's something I try to keep in mind constantly, and that's honestly not even doing that good with this. You can see like that, like up here, this red is too blended, and even these pants are a little too blended for me. I need to push the contrast more. I overblend by trying to layer too many shades over the color. Yeah, there's definitely one way to do it. Just like animation, where you have to exaggerate poses in order to really sell the dynamic nature. Exactly, 100%. It's kind of same concept for color. If you exaggerate the color a lot more, it'll look a lot more striking. Doesn't mean you always want to do that, but so you can see, like for here, for example, I have kind of a stronger sheen on this side than on this side, because that's where I'm going to keep the shadows a little bit more, because the light's coming in from this direction. So because the light is kind of hitting this side more, as opposed to this side that's curved, I'm going to try to keep that contrast over here more than on the other side. And kind of same with here, you can see how it's a lot lighter down here as opposed to up in this corner. Kind of same thing. So I'm trying to, and honestly, I'm not doing a very good job of it, but I'm trying to, same down here, I'm trying to get it so the contrast really shows through. Nerdhala, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Another awesome miniature painter here on Twitch. If you haven't followed, Nerdhala, welcome. How are you doing this fine day? I hope your weekend's going well. Green fabulous. Got done doing some gardening, prepping to plant next weekend. Mostly herbs and ground cover. Nice. Very nice. My girlfriend is the same way. She is extremely excited. She's already started planning a bunch of stuff to like start growing indoors with like these weird little indoor things. well, I guess planters, but she's trying to keep in mind the mantra of, don't plant too much before Mother's Day kind of thing. But she's having a hard time with it. Also, thank you for the follow, Nerdhala, and Barca Kadabra and Kukako and Majin Voy. I'm just stoned. Oh man, some of the names you guys got. Yeah, for those who are new to the stream, typically for this we do once a month. We the Parabellum team and I pick a um, what we think folks will like to see being painted, usually new releases and such, and we paint them. And then at the end, we reveal who won the monthly Colors of Conquest challenge. And for those who don't know about that, the monthly Colors of Conquest challenge is if you paint any Conquest miniatures, then and you post them online with the hashtags miniature painting and miniature painting, hashtag Colors of Conquest, and tag the Parabellum account. That's important. Then you are automatically entered to be considered to win the monthly Colors of Conquest, where the staff will check out all the cool stuff that's been painted and see. They do 10 runner-ups, which all get, I think, discount codes or gift cards or even possibly a miniature. And then the one winner gets a big old gift card. So some pretty cool stuff. I am out of the running since I host the show, but I did win back in the day. Gotten a good few bits of runner-ups. And honestly, at this point, I'm glad I'm not in the running anymore because there's some amazing, talented folks who are painting some great Conquest. Okay, so we got some nice kind of pale blue for the armor and this nice kind of turquoise going on for that. We're going to get back on the turquoise train a little bit. Then can kind of brighten this up. So trying to get on that list. Yeah, I totally get it. Took me a good while before I was able to win one. But no doubt, if you keep honing the craft, you'll get something that they really like. And also for the folks at home, I don't choose any of the winners, but I'm just the announcer currently. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so for these feet feathers and these kind of inner upper ones up here, again, I'm going to be going for kind of that really dark, kind of iridescent green turquoise that they had, that some roosters have. So I'm mixing a bit of that green gray with just a tiny hint of the turquoise color. Hey, Bedlam, welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, a little bit of the green gray, just a tiny bit of white to lighten it up into more of that greenish gray color. And then just a little hint of the turquoise to give it a bit more of a green. And just finished my errant, the Order of the Shield. Nice. Did you get that posted online? that going to be for an April submission of Colors of Conquest, maybe? Oh yeah, Blue Sky, nice. I'll have to go in and check that out later. Okay, now the big question is, what do you do for all this armor trim? I feel like we can definitely throw in some reds here and there. Not sure if the red and blue will look good or not, though. So I'm a little hesitant on that. We can definitely do gold. Gold's always a fun option. I'm gonna go ahead and get this yellow color starting. Miss anything? Gonna tuck in a little one. No worries. No, nothing too crazy, I would say. Still just jamming. Got this yellow color, this honey yellow. I'll put that on the beak and the limbs and stuff here. Man, this is ended up a lot more vibrant than I thought it was going to. Pretty intense. You want to give it a look? Oh, that's really neat. It's got kind of an Assassin's Creed vibe there, especially with the face. How it's like masked off and everything. I dig it. So on Discord, very happy with the base. You nailed the standing front of a church. You absolutely did. Yeah, I like that a lot. Like I said, I've been really slacking as of late with my basing, so I'm trying to make up for that here with the Uroni. Basing is a thing for the future, the far, far future. That's fair. Well, that's kind of the thing too, especially if you're painting for to play the game. You don't necessarily want the basing to be too intense because then it might interfere and break and stuff when you're playing with them. I say is I fully intend on playing with this army, but I have all sorts of tiny little crazy stuff all over it. Um, but that's just because I just like to be extra. So a faceless prior commander is going to be a mounted version. Ooh, nice. Sounds like the army is getting some good progress. First, I need a strong enough magnet so I don't glare every time I'm going somewhere. That's fair. Those are important. Whoa. Time to start painting again. All this cool stuff gets me inspired. Good. That's what we're here for, man. Hopefully people can check out the stream, and if they like some stuff, and hopefully inspire them to grab some conquests and start painting. Archangels, the idea of the forces are led by a single ancient member of the orders called the Apostate. All enemy of the gods who emerges when the theists get too feisty. The Archangel is a good reason enough to go out of retirement. Nice! And slap some priests. That's pretty good. I dig it. Sounds like a good as reason as any. This would be a tattered priest robe. Oh, this was long class per. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's pretty neat. I love when people put like a bit of a canon to their army and some story. Because that's what I did with my spires, essentially, is, I was like, I wanted them to be like canonically in the lore feasible, you know? I want to make it all bloody, but I would not gel all too well with the piece. Yeah, that's fair. I get that. This is relaunch that my guys feeling I haven't felt in more. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, same here. That's why I really want to play a narrative campaign for Conquest. I think that'd be a ton of fun. All right, that's pretty funny. I'm digging this. Hey, Overbite, what's going on? How you like the new Spires Tetrafons? It's good to see you, Overbite. I'm pretty excited, to be honest. They look really cool. They're going to be a ton of fun to paint, I think, especially how big, at least at how big they seem. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Um, so I'm interested to slap some of the. It's been a while since I've painted any spires, and so I'm like I haven't painted spires since I went to do the play on tabletop thing, really. So I'm I'm keen on that. I mean, I have some that I just need to build, like finish building and paint, to be honest. But I am pretty keen on I'm pretty keen on that one in particular. I think it'll be a lot of fun to paint. Grab some Sorcerer Kings. Plan to make a second army. Nice, the artsy one. Okay, managed to nail the Bound of the Elements. Okay, nice. Love them. Can't wait. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see what you do with them. It's gonna be all your spires always look really funky, and I like it a lot. So we're just jamming on some of the Tengu today. We're working on some inspiration. I don't know if you can tell where this inspiration is from exactly or not, but I'm trying to make basically all of my Euroni fairly individual. So, Sam the Godman, how's it going? Are you key? I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it means hello. So, hey, how's it going? Hey, Mark, what's going on? Aryupki, okay. Is that Robin Hood and Disney tournament outfit? It might be. I thought that would be pretty fun. So that's what we're jamming on. Goes back to Old Dominion, but deal's fallen out so for the wizard dudes. That's fair. And the Mush is channeling inner Luddite and complaining about phone UI updates. Fair. No regrets. Sepulchre did not meet my expectations. Interesting. It's super cool. But here's something else in my head. Fair enough. Totally get it. I find that Parabellum does that a lot, for me at least. There's some times where I just get an idea in my head and I'm just like, huh, okay, it'll probably look like this or something. And it just, oh, I feel like almost every time they completely do something I did not expect. Which is a good thing, for me at least. Something like a super caryatid or procession. Yeah, I mean, considering the restraints that they had to like keep stuff on the bases and whatnot, I can totally understand why they were kept as they were. So a little bit of whiteness. Lines of the Triumphant St. Catherine. Oh, the evil Pope variant, though. Super memeable. That's true. True indeed. Thanks, Demon Bag TV. How's it going? Thank you. Appreciate it. We're getting there. Not too bad for a bit of a speed paint so far. This guy's kind of more of a test of stuff more than anything else. Yako and AFAR, Sim Racing and Ambi Music, Lawn Fits and Big Mike. Welcome in. What model is this in the game? This is for Conquest, as you can see right up there. Conquest by Parabellum Games, which is below me. And we are on their Twitch channel. We are on. This is the game that Parabellum makes. This is a miniature for it. And the game's called Conquest. It's 2 games in one with a skirmish version, and that's why the these little bases pop off. But then there's also the larger army rank and flank battle style as well. So this is a character from the new faction called the Yoroni, and it's a Tengu Ayakashi, hence the Japanese themes going around here. But they have all sorts of really cool, like yokai inspired miniatures and things like that, which are pretty neat. But it's a fantasy setting, so there's elves and dwarves and knights and clockwork Greek soldiers and undead Roman legionnaires and orcs that ride dinosaurs. You know, all the cool stuff. But if you click the link that's pinned to the top of the comments, it'll take you to the shop and you can take a look at all the cool miniatures that they have. But definitely recommend checking them out. It's a super fun game. And it is growing every day. It's fairly new game on the block in terms of tabletop games, but it's growing very rapidly. The tiny spirits on the base 3D prints. So these are just little statues. And no, these are resin ones done by a company called Dark Messiah. And I forget what these are called. I think they're called Momofuku. No, not Momofuku. I forget what this type of little statues are called, but these ones over here specifically are called Jizu statues. So, nice little guys. Okay. Now I think we're going to start. We got a pretty decent way along with this dude here so far. So why don't we go ahead and take a step back to the base a little bit, shall we? Actually, let's see. Well, they'll remind me of Darumas. That's the one. Thank you, Darumas. That's what's on here. I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna make them stone. I'm not gonna like paint them the super wild colors of everything else. I'm gonna make them stone, just like the Jizu statues. But we'll see how it goes. Let me see. We need to start getting into painting the base a bit. Mm-hmm. Not entirely sure which green I want to go with. I'm going to go with one of these for starting on the base. I think this is a little too pale. Or a little too... or not vibrant enough. So I think we're going to go with this boreal green. And I might be messing this up. This is my first time doing stuff for this faction, so I'm trying to make... I'm not just painting, I'm also building, like, the army scheme, so... Sorry, I just muted so my paint mixer doesn't blow everyone's ears out. Cool. Yeah, I think that's going to work. With a slightly bigger brush. Not a super huge brush. Slightly bigger. Phil, good boy. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. All right, so what we're going to be doing here is going to look a little wild. But we're basically just going to be glooping a little bit. I'm going to mix the green I use for the pants and this kind of funky dark boreal green together with a tiny little bit. That's probably too much. There we go. I think that's good. So we have this green that we used, which is oxide green from Chimera, then this boreal green from Scale 75, then this green gray from Scale Color. Japanese vegetation mostly yellowish. Yes, but I'm going for a little bit more on the fantasy side of things. So we're going to be going with a lot of greens. And honestly, um, is just the beginning. This is going to be a long process of working back and forth on this. So it's going to look really weird, but trust the process. But we want this to look, again, I kind of imagine the Euroni to kind of like live out in these kind of magical like bamboo forests and stuff, right? So that's what I'm going to be trying to go for. I mean, green yellow would fit the most. Yeah, for sure. And we'll work up to something a little bit like that, but we're definitely going on the more fantasy route of things here. And this is going to be one of those things, we are going to be doing many, many layers and versions. It's going to be one of those trust the process moments. So don't think that this is going to be like one or two layers and we're done. No, I'm going to be putting about just as many into this base as I am the figure. This figure is far from done too. While I like the colors and where they're going right now, it's going to need to be a little bit more in line with the atmosphere around it. So I'm going to have to do some more atmospheric lighting and shading to make it really work. Zetyi, I think that's how that's pronounced. I apologize if not, but welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Again, I'm not being too intense with making sure everything's covered. I want some of this brown, this reddish brown to be showing through the bottom here. In fact, I may have just gone a little too wet with this, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. I don't mind it being wet, particularly on top of stuff. Because really, I'm just kind of like... Again, I'm not being too careful with this, but I am being just careful enough to make sure that we still get some of that brown that's going to come through. Smurf. Not quite here. We got the Tengu. But how are you doing? Welcome in. For those who are just tuning in, this is the game Conquest Last Argument of Kings. This is one of the new factions. Well, a character from one of the new factions. Well, not a character, but a character in a regiment from one of the new from the new faction. Woof, that was a mouthful. Trying to talk and paint at the same time. It's not as easy as it looks. But yeah, it's a fantasy rank and flank game, and this is the channel that is the official channel for the game Conquest. With this color scheme of the frills and beak, it must be said. Oh man, nice. It's getting there. Hopefully it'll look nicer later. I'll be happy to show it to everyone. There we go. See, that's perfect. It's a very, very, very wet rock. and it kind of like the nice thing about it is the paint being as wet as it is, it kind of lets a lot more through, but also it kind of makes its own patterning a little bit because the pigment will pool up in certain areas and not in others, which is honestly perfectly fine with me. It's doing a lot of the work for me. Because especially with basing, you don't want to like necessarily go too crazy, but you don't want to. Well, I mean, I suppose you could. It really just depends on you. But if you're going to be actively playing with these minis, which I intend to do, you want to be careful about how much you put in, especially on little parts that can break off real easy. Love the matte finish of scales. Me too, man. It's so nice. I am honestly, this is my first time trying Chimera colors, and I gotta say, I'm a fan. I've been wanting to try them for a long, long time, but never got around to it. But they're going really well. Honestly, Scale 75 kind of works together with the Chimera really well. There's some paint lines that just don't jive with each other, I think, very well. But I'm glad to say that this seems to be working. Trying to play my Kit Bash for my Fallen Divinity. Ooh, a Kit Bash Fallen Divinity, huh? Also, how's it going, Hellcat? Good to see you. They're saying something to watch it dry. Yeah, true. It's going. Not enough time in the day during weekends. Understandable. I am totally there with you. I've been jamming on work all this week and finally just kind of like, man, I cannot wait for the weekend. And it's here, and I'm like, oh, well, as soon as the stream's over, I'm like halfway done with it. Oh, here we go. We're checking Colors of Conquest. We are probably going to start jamming on that here in probably about 15 minutes or so, I think. Fairly soon. We'll likely take a quick break before we do. Whoop. And for those who are new into the stream and not and haven't seen it, there's an online challenge from Parabellum Games every month called the Colors of Conquest, and we show off the winners, the top 10 runner-up, well, the top 9 runner-ups and the winner every month here on this stream. Hi, kitty cat. Oh, good to see you. Sorry, my cat has decided to come say hi. Say hi. Okay, hi. Yes. Oh, good purrs. Yes. Good job, Poppy. The one thing about my cat, the only thing I wish she would change, because I love her very much, but the only thing I wish that she would change is she is terrified of my hobby space. She will not jump up on my lap or anything like that. If I'm like in bed or on the couch or something, occasionally she'll come up, but she's not, because she likes to cuddle and she likes to nap, but she is picky. Too bad. Now I know. I would like having a cat in my lap as I paint miniatures is like the dream, I feel like. Love it's here. Yeah. No, she always just comes by, you know, she'll get on her hind legs, just kind of paw at my arm for a minute just to make sure that I pet her. And then she'll go off and do her own thing. But who knows? I might post a picture on Blue Sky later. Ooh, it's a little too wet there. Here we go. I just love to hang around when I paint. Aw. You my brushes and whatnot. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah, she's fairly picky about like where she likes to sit and rest and stuff, and it has to like she has to have something to put her back on. She doesn't like being completely enclosed either. Is a very she like, but she also likes to like. I guess she's a bit of an indoor outdoor cat, so I think part of it's just you know she's gotten into like fights with other cats and stuff, and she likes to hunt a little bit, so I think that's part of it. She still has kind of a little bit of wild nature to her, you know. One of those that sit on people? No. Yeah, unfortunately, my cat is not terribly friendly with other animals. She is the queen. Anytime she's on your wrist. That's funny. That's usually about how it is when it comes to going to bed. Like, as soon as I get to bed, just instant bloop, 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 and she's right up there. And it is nice because I like to, well, I suppose I like to, but I don't really have much of a choice. I roll around a bit when I sleep, so um, she's kind of learned that she can get in kind of the crevice next to me where um, where the um, where the sheets get kind of tucked around. So she'll usually go and just kind of lay there, and by the time I wake up, she's just made this tiny little nook, and she's just splayed out long ways next to me. Okay, we got some stuff in the works. I'm happy with how this is turning out. It's going to take a lot longer. We still got a long ways to go on this, but it's going to be a trust the process kind of thing. A little better. You want to start to invade plants? Oh man, gotta love a feisty kitty. We're hoping that she'll kind of warm up and maybe allow us to get a smaller kitten to kind of keep her spry and play around with her and stuff. But like she gets into fights with neighborhood cats, so we're not holding our breath. Let's just put it that way. So okay, so not too bad, not too bad at all. And so what we're going to do now is I'm going to take just a very short break. It's still got a ways to go before we're done with this, but honestly, for just a quick 4 hours, not bad overall. I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. We got some pretty strong progress, and good ways to go. It's a tiny warrior, yes, nice. Still got a long ways to go on this. That's okay. We are going to take just a quick break. Oh, hi. Here she is again. Maybe I can convince her if I can pick her up. She might be a little too skittish for that. Nope, she doesn't want to. Okay, I tried. But we are going to very quickly just take a quick break, and then we will. I'm pretty happy with how this is coming along. I hope you guys may have learned some stuff and whatnot too, but we're not quite done yet, so don't go anywhere. We're just going to take a quick little break so we can get into seeing the Colors of Conquest folks from last month and see where everyone placed for runners-up and winners and all. So we'll be right back here in just a few minutes. Alrighty, I tried to get the I tried to get the Poppy in here, but again, she didn't want to be picked up. So, but let's see, Flanimal. I think it's always a pleasure watching an artist create. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. I have no artistic skills at all yet. All it takes is practice, my friend. All it takes is practice. Everyone starts somewhere. What color should I make my Zilliarch sword? Bronze, gold, or black steel? Ooh, it's a good question. I guess it would, for me, it would depend on the rest of the mini. If I remember, you're going with like a gold and purple and black scheme, right? Gold or steel if the red is prominent. True. So red cloak. Okay, red cloak, feather, and cloth. Black armor, gold trimmings is the idea. I would probably go with a steel sword, potentially. Just because the color of steel really goes well with like gold and red. But I do very much like the idea of the city states. Ooh, excuse me for a second. Think about to sneeze. Pardon me. But yeah, I think yeah, black armor with gold trimmings. Yeah, I think you could go with gold for sure. I do tend to like kind of the like bronze swords for to kind of like mimic the Bronze Age kind of stuff when it comes to city states, but definitely not required when it comes to the swords. Especially, I like to tend to go by like the lore in the way I envision it, and considering the technological advancements that the city states have, I feel like they produce a good steel sword, so it's probably fine to go with steel. Yeah, work great. Check out Pius Augustus from Eternal Darkness. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check that out. But it's the moment you all have been waiting for. We're going to check out Colors of Conquest. All right, so the first runner-up we have is Wallace Factory with an excellent entry from the Sorcerer Kings. They honestly, I really enjoy this piece. The nice oranges, and one thing a lot of people don't do is typically do like the sword and flame at the same time. I'm really glad that you chose to do that with the blue. The blue and orange contrast in these paints is just immaculate, and it's a great color combo. Almost always, um, but definitely a great Ifrit here going on. Really enjoy it. Especially with the kind of like golds and the like off white of the clothes as well. Really makes for a really compelling color scheme. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from Wallace Factory because this color scheme is spot on. Well done. All right, next runner up we have Pandemonium Miniatures rolling in with the new 100 Kingdoms figure. Honestly, love the checker pattern on the one side for this crusading noble lord. I couldn't quite tell. Let me double check here. See if I can get a bigger picture for me to check out. Let's see. I think that's standard metallics. But the fact that it's hard to tell is really well done. Honestly, for me personally, I really have a hard time finding a good contrast in metallic paints. So the fact that you're able to do this is really just really nice. In addition to the really just bright red with just a hint of the orange in the highlights, really excellent looking noble lord. Again, I'm looking forward to seeing a full army based on this. This is going to be really nice. Next up, we have Overbite Miniatures, the one and only, the longest runner-up streak, I think, of anybody in Conquest history. But Overbite always does amazing work. I don't think we've had a singular Colors of Conquest without Overbite being a part of it. And I know he's won a handful of the monthly challenges, but he's always in the runner-up because man paints this well so quickly. Absolutely Love it. The Archangel has like the purple on it. It's phenomenal. The really, it's not what you would always expect. A lot of people would probably go with a much more like not necessarily marble, but kind of just more whitish stone or grayish stone. But really went with the kind of the almost like a sandstone color, to be honest. Or it just at the very least like a very like dirty ancient relic, right? So it's really really nice to see, and the warm colors playing with the purples, and then the green on the spear as well. It's just really excellent use of colors, as always. Awesome. All right, next up for a runner up we have. I'm gonna butcher this name, and I apologize in advance. Das Billigalian? Billigalian? Das Billigalian, I think. I apologize for butchering your name, but you have such an amazing spire piece here. The one thing that I love about the spires in general is the fact that like their armor is grown, right? So it can be like a bone color, it could be like this really gnarled, old looking thing, but especially for a Ferromancer, right? It the sensor staff that it has, kind of almost glowing with the just the noxious fumes that are coming out of it. The like really intense kind of like it's just such a great use of kind of this almost grim dark style, right? Um, the kind of like meshed up purples and to where the face goes and everything, mixed with this just grungy, nasty looking bone. But then he has this really nice little like splatter pattern going up from the dark purples into the blue of the robes. And the blending there is just really nice, but with those tiny little like splatter marks, it looks just really cool. Like this guy clearly gets into the like the murk of the job of being a Ferromancer and making these potions and marching these vat born clones into battle. So really really cool, really really great work. I apologize, I butchered your name again, but I'm looking forward to seeing some more spires in this way for sure. All right, next runner up we have Minis of War with just a phenomenal Rakshasa. The colors on the like the waist wrap and everything is just so good, and there's a little bit of warmth coming in on kind of the little cloth hanging down from there too, partially through, but just the reds and oranges that are showing through the fur into the white kind of extra tips of the fur and everything is just really really well done, and especially on the loincloth. Like I absolutely love the green and blues and reds that are all intertwined there, and it just really makes it look like it's shining, like a nice silk, which is perfect. Damantal, welcome in. How's it going? We're just reviewing the Colors of Conquest runner-ups and winner for March. These are for anyone who is actually I should have probably explained this earlier, but for anyone who is not familiar with Colors of Conquest, anyone who paints any Conquest figures from Parabellum Games that would like to, if you paint something and post it online with the hashtags mini painting or miniature painting and hashtag Colors of Conquest, then you will be automatically, and also make sure to tag the Parabellum account, okay, just in case, because they may miss it if you don't. But I'm going to put a link to it in the chat so you can read all about it here. So it's parabellum.com/Colors of Conquest, but it's a monthly thing where, again, hashtag Colors of Conquest, hashtag miniature painting. When you've finished your Conquest miniature, post it online, and the top 9 runner-ups will get a $25 or euro coupon for the eShop, and the winner will get a $50 one. So everyone here is getting something, which is pretty cool. But yeah, Minis of War did this amazing Rakshasa I remember seeing this last March and was just blown away. This is probably one of the best painted ones I've seen yet so far. Um, just an amazing, amazing piece. All right, next runner up, we have Cyberwolf SK with some awesome looking city states. I don't see these painted up as much as I'd like, but I love the lore behind these folks. These Inquisitors and the Eidolon. The Eidolon miniature in particular is just, oh, so nice. But the basing is really well done on these. This nice desert that they're kind of crawling over. The reds are nice and vibrant. The skin has this kind of like awful pinkish purple hue to it and everything. These would be such an amazing unit to see hit the battlefield. So it's excellent, excellent work from Cyberwolf. Well done. All right, next up we have, I believe I'm going to pronounce this right. I'm not entirely sure, but Kalor Koala? No, I butchered it already. I think it might be Celsior Koala, if I'm not mistaken. Now I'm looking at it again. But I'm going to go with Koala for short. But Koala did an amazing version of the Noble Lord as well. And looking close at it, I believe this is non-metallic metals, which, again, phenomenal, if so. And the nice kind of like dark shadow. A lot of people tend to go with a brown or something when they shade in yellow, but you can tell that the room. The thing I love about this piece is you can tell the atmosphere around it with the pattern on the marbling on the floor and the mini. It's all cohesive in this kind of cool environment. And so the shadow, even though there's a little bit of yellow coming off it on the armor that's reflecting from like the reds and yellows on the tabard, you can still get this sense that it's in this very dark and cool area, and that's such a nice thing to see. This atmospheric work on this is just really well done, as well as like the texture and the cloak and everything. But such a nice piece that they did. So really, really well done. All right, we're in the final 3. So next we have Bedlam Miniatures with an excellent unit of the Sicarii. Well done. I really like the kind of dark basing and stuff that you have going on here with a little bit of like flower tufts and stuff too, because it plays so well in with the rest of the unit. The really bright robes, especially the yeah, that's yours. As soon as I saw your name in here, I was like, oh yes. I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to spoil it, but I'm glad you're here and get to see it. But yeah, those are yours. You got a runner up from March. This awesome Sicarii unit that you did. But the black and gold, obviously, just gorgeous. Really, really good compliments to the colors of the rest of it, and the half and half on the robes is really cool. And the fact that I didn't even know before you came in here and started talking about how you have this idea for your army and this lore and headcanon that you have. And I can already see where it's coming from with this unit. So I didn't have that context before, but I do now, and it makes total sense. But really, really nicely done. It's the whole presentation between the dark atmosphere that they're in and the nice bright robes and the gold and stuff. It's really good choices overall for everything. Is there coloring pages for the different factions so I can save my color schemes, or even a 3D object of someone's I can color? Not currently that I know of, but if you stick around, Hellcat, after we're done with the Colors of Conquest, I'll show you what I use. So yeah, congrats, Bedlam. Glad to see you in here. All right, the last runner-up before we get to the winner is Aberion with another 100 Kingdoms. we got a lot of Hundred Kingdoms in here. Maybe because of the rework or something, but I mean, they did just come out with a whole lot of nice stuff. But I'm not sure. I don't think that I haven't seen this kit personally, so I'm not sure if that helmet comes in the kit or not. But regardless, it looks great. Um, and let's see, what model is this, and where can I get that base? So the base, I'm not entirely sure what they did with that. They might be a 3D print or something. It looks like it's just looking like right here. You see on the screen, it looks like it's stacked up on something. So it might be a bit of a 3D print. But and I'm not sure about the elements on it either. It might just be real rocks and whatnot. But the unit that this is the Arms Master from the Hundred Kingdoms. And the pinned comment above, if you take a look at that, you can go and find the Hundred Kingdoms section in there. It's towards the back of there, but really cool unit. I just love how he's just walking forward and just like unsheathing two swords. Like, oh, so cool. Buying. Well, don't forget, if you use the code Walter's Workshop, you get 10% off. So whatever you guys decide to get, it helps me out, which is great. But even if it didn't, I would still try to make sure that you guys got a discount because, you know, we can always use that, right? Is that an alternate head? Yes. I don't think it comes with that. I think that might be like a print or something, or maybe from a different figure. But it is an alternate head, so be aware of that. I don't believe I've not gotten this piece in person, so I don't think that comes with it. But I know that the standard head is just like a human face. He's got like scars on him and stuff. So yeah, it lines up really, really well. It's really well done. But nice contrast in between the colors and stuff too. Really kind of dark, like bluish steel look. The my favorite bit, I think, is the gold on there and the red of the scarf. Really, really nice. So now that brings us to the final piece, the winner. Could use a gilded helmet. Yeah, true. Gives me Darkest Dungeon vibes. It does, doesn't it? It does look like that one character from Darkest Dungeon, the Paladin, right? Or it kind of reminds me of the like main character from Dark Souls a little bit. They have that same kind of helmet. I don't remember what kind of helmet that's called, but it's a very particular helmet, and it just nails it. This dude definitely looks like he's like walking into Lordran or some dark dungeon somewhere, about to just like walking in, just unsheath and getting ready to go. Love it. Well, excellent work from the sculptors. Excellent work from the person who put this together, Aberion. And then lastly, we have the winner of March's Colors of Conquest, which is Pixel Brush Studio. Hey, Bonko, welcome in. Also, if you guys don't follow Runic or Bonko, please make sure you do here in the chat. Click on their name, give them a follow. Excellent miniature painters. How's it going? Yeah, the NMM Pixel Brush, man. He was in here. He was in chat here earlier. I hope he's still here, but if not, that's okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna get. I because of this piece, I put together some detail shots. So you guys, hey, there he is. What's up, Pixel Brush? I'm so glad that there are some of the winners here today. It's so cool. Hey, Allison, welcome in. Good to see you. But yeah, so Pixel Brush, congrats. You were the winner of March's Colors of Conquest with the amazing Archangel. And some of the stuff after seeing this, just the colors and whatnot are already gorgeous. But so obviously it's this ancient statue that was kind of like put together through pure faith and magic that's fighting to defend. But I wanted to go through and make sure to show some detail work for this too, because honestly, I'm honestly gotta admit a little jealous. Pixel Brush, every time you post something from Conquest, I'm just like, man, how do you paint that good that quick? Because you always seem to paint so much quicker and just naturally, just bam, it's constantly so good. But check this out here. I'm gonna get out of the way here real quick So you gotta go past. There you go. I'm gonna swipe out of here so you can see a little bit more detail on this base real quick. But I'm still here. Take a look at the details on this, folks. If you guys haven't looked, the greens coming through the gold and the stonework, where it kind of just shows that there's like this this ancient element to it, right? The tear stains coming down from the eyes looks amazing. The stained glass in the background from wherever this thing came from. Yeah, the verdigris in the eyes, the glow of the candles, even in the grass, you can see the little bits of glowing from these candles. Like, just it looks like it's just lumbering out of an ancient temple that's been long since like ruined. But the gold is still there, and the greens have started growing in a little bit and whatnot. It's just so good. But I just wanted to make sure that we got a nice little close up of this archangel painted by Pixel Brush, because it's just so good. And the yeah. Optional additional final boss from Zelda. Yeah, honestly, I could see this being a final boss in the Souls series too, for sure. But yeah, absolutely excellent work, dude. Well deserved. If anyone who is here has not either been contacted by Parabellum, make sure to reach out to them, and they will get you your runner-up prizes and overall prize for Pixel Brush. If they haven't reached out yet, they may have, but just in case, make sure you do that. Get your stuff. And thank you all for painting Conquest and posting it. And yeah, every single piece here is just absolutely immaculate. So, and every single month, there's just such a wide variety of different stuff from everybody. It's really awesome to see coming through. So remember, if you paint some Conquest, post it up online, really any social media platform. Make sure that you post with the hashtags miniature painting and hashtag Colors of Conquest, and then make sure to tag the Parabellum account if you can, and they will make sure that it is logged and reviewed. And don't worry if you didn't make it this month. It happens every month. It's been going on for years. And that's basically it. Are there themes each month? There's not. No, it's really just anything you'd like to paint, anything that the Parabellum team decides on, and then once they decide on the top 10, they send it to me, and I let everybody know. So, but yeah, so really well done, folks. It's been really awesome to see Colors of Conquest as well, because it, like, every month I feel like everybody just gets better and better. There's so much talent out there, and I'm glad to see so much of it going into Conquest. I'll let Unhinged know for the guy you gave them. Yeah, absolutely. Please do. And again, there are lots and lots of things that are posted every month, and it really just depends on what people post. As to what they decide. I don't have any input on what gets chosen. I just I'm the messenger. So, but I'm always happy to see the amazing stuff that comes in. So let's see. So we actually have a little bit more time than I thought. Typically, these it's always kind of back and forth depending on how far they'll go. But they should be posting these online, by the way, very soon. Typically, I thought they may have already, but just in case, they're here now. So, and I'll make sure to make a clip of this particular section too, so we'll be able to reference it and check it out later on. But yeah, we have also one thing I forgot to mention. Everybody who came in, Zetyi, Traviotrix, Serenite, Alex DeBob, and Dan Juby. All of you, thank you very much for the follows. Greatly appreciate it. So I need to write something somewhere about the coupon or something. Yeah, I would just reach out, just like send the. You might just be able to send their Instagram a message, but couldn't hurt just to email them. Let me double check here, real quick. Again, I'll link the. Let me see if I can find the right window. Too many windows up right now. There it is. But this is the Colors of Conquest page. So I will make sure to link it again here in the chat for everybody. But yeah, tag us on the social media platforms. It basically gives you all the rules and whatnot. Oh, and look, they already have all your guys' stuff up for this month. How cool is that? So, and then they have some like resin, or they have some painting tutorial stuff as well, so you can kind of get those rolling. But yeah, every month they put all the winners up here and runner-ups. So make sure, and they have them going all the way back through basically forever. But I remember checking out these last month. Just every month there's some awesome stuff. There we go. But I wonder, I'll go back all the way to 2021. You want to see the very first. Wow. See, overbite again. There's another overbite. Oh, that's great. There's another one. Oh, I think this is just for the full year. Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. But yeah, awesome stuff throughout the year. This my friend Jason. I remember him when he painted that. Hey, there's two of my guys. Look at that. Right there and there. So, man, that was back in 2001. Crazy. But just got back. That Rakshasa is gorgeous, right? Yeah, really nice done. Just happy to be included, but the free mini is nice. Yeah, exactly. So make sure if you guys haven't, if you have some Conquest miniatures and whatnot, definitely if you're gonna post it online, there's no reason not to. And, you know, and you might just win something cool because, like Bedlam here in chat said, you know, just happy to be included, but you know, it's nice to win stuff too. So, all right. So just a little bit of a recap of what we went over here real quick. Whoop. So we got some pretty good progress down on this Tengu Ayakashi. Still got a long way to go. I'm gonna start jamming on him pretty soon and try to get him done and ready. But pretty happy with how it's turned out so far overall. We definitely got the Rooster from Robin Hood vibes going down, which I'm happy about. It's kind of a little Easter egg teaser. Because again, all of my Tengu are gonna. Oh, at least I'm gonna try to make all of my Tengu a different bird. So this one right here, I did a little bit of sculpting on the face, so it's got a different face than it normally does, and that is because I want this one, because of these frills I saw in here, I wanted this one to be a secretary bird. I saw the movie, I think it was Bounce? No, not Bounce. I forget what it's called. It's a 3D animated movie. It won Best Animated Feature for the Oscars, but it had a secretary bird in there, and so I was like, oh, this frill is pretty close. It's not quite Flo. Thank you. It's Flo. That's the one. But the secretary bird in that, I was just like, these frills kind of remind me of the little. I mean, it's not quite the same, but it's pretty close. So I was like, you know what? We're just gonna go with the secretary bird. I think it'll be fun. Guys, your 10% code and the coupon at the same time, so I can get some more stuff at once. I'm not sure. You can definitely try. If not, you know, you can always do 2 purchases, I guess. But yeah, I'm not sure if you can double up on those. But if you do decide to use, but I appreciate whenever you decide to use the code, and hope you continue to use it. Get you some good stuff. When you said Secretary Bird, I thought of the character from Retsuko. I'm not familiar with that. You can't combine coupons. Fair. Not terribly surprising, but understandable. But I appreciate you considering it anyway. But yeah, so I got a secretary bird here that we're going to jam on soon. This one's going to be the crow. And it normally doesn't have the holes in the hat. I carved those out. So this is going to be my crow. And then we have this one I haven't fully decided yet. And honestly, it's not fully built either. So please don't judge me because I have to hold them up because the basing is not done. But this one has a helmet. So I'm not entirely sure what to do with this. I can really make it kind of any bird I want because all it has is wings to kind of determine what it is. But then this one here is going to be like I forget what kind of crane it is. I think it's called like the Royal Crested Crane or something like that. But it has this big powder puff of feathers on its forehead and this another big puff of feathers on its back, so on the back of its head. So I thought it was just very neat, and I wanted to put a crane in there somehow or some way. So we have that one that's coming. And then lastly, this one is very much still works in progress. But this one's going to be a hoopoe. If you are familiar with a hoopoe, it obviously looks very weird. It looks like a weevil right now with a proboscis, but I'm going to sculpt a beak on there. That's just to kind of hold it in place. But I took two. Normally, these feathers are supposed to be like sideways facing on the kit, but I took two of them and put them side by side to kind of give them the mohawk that a hoopoe has. And a hoopoe's got this long curved beak, kind of nice like orange and browns with black spots. So this one's going to be a hoopoe. It's spelled Hoopoe. So, and when we get more Tengu, I'm going to make more birds. Everyone's going to be unique and different. Because I'm a glutton for punishment. But we got some good progress on the first one though, and I'm really, really happy with how this is coming along. Still got a ways to go, but we're getting there. I appreciate you guys sticking around for for checking it out. I never knew that about me. Wait, what? What are you learning about me? I didn't do anything. Oh, right. So real quick, I'm just going to check real quick to see if anyone's working on Conquest, because if they are, I'd like to take you to go support another miniature painter here. Oh, you're going for punishment? True. Before you all take off, if you don't mind, I do stream myself, typically at least once a week, but usually twice a week, at my channel on Walter's Workshop, so I'd love it if you give me a follow there. As well as Instagram and all the other socials. Not required, but, you know. We'll make sure you give all the follows to all the awesome miniature painting streamers here on Twitch, because there are so many good ones. Follows are free, and it helps us all out. And plus, you get to see cool content and discover new artists. So it's a win, in my opinion. Let's go ahead and see if I can see if someone is painting. Let's see, same category. Someone's painting Conquest. Then we're going to give them the biggest rate of all time. I'm hoping every time I always take a look just to see if someone's jamming on Conquest or not. Let's see. Gotta change the title again. Crusade. Okay. And if anybody sees anyone who's painting Conquest, please let me know. Oh, Ghoul Studio. Oh, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you so much. Again, another amazing Twitch streamer you should be following is Ghoul Studio. Make sure to get you a shout out so you can... oh, I have to wait. Sorry. I have to wait a few seconds, but make sure you go follow Ghoul Studio, another phenomenal miniature painter. Just got it was finalist, right? Finalist in the Golden Demon. Excellent work. Right, sister, good to see you. We're actually just ending, but I'll go ahead and show you what we've been working on in the meantime. So we've been working on the Tengu Ayakashi from Conquest, the new faction, the Yoroni. We didn't get them quite finished, but we're getting pretty close. This is the one that I've been jamming on today. Not too bad for a few hours worth. But we have other ones that we're going to be jamming on as well. So trying to get them all worked up and ready to go. Yep, finalists. Good. It's going fantastic. We were working on... Oh, Neko. Nice. I have one of those I'm going to start jamming on hopefully here in the next wee bit as well. But, yeah. Oh, I missed a... Michael Paints. Hey, thanks for the stream. Walter's Workshop and Parallel. Thank you. I appreciate that, Michael. Burb Archer, that's right, the Tengu Ayakashi. So we're working on we got this one from Prime to this at this point, and if you can't tell, I'm going for a rooster theme with this guy, and there's an added theme as well. Both a Raider and Lurker. I appreciate it. Let me see. Actually, I'm gonna make sure. Okay, good. Cool. Yeah, I was actually just looking at you there, Ghoul, and I was like, oh, maybe. But also, if you guys don't follow Michael Paints Minis, please make sure you do. Again, follows are free here on this app, and it's great to support amazing artists doing awesome stuff. Yeah, so if anyone also Derp is the only one that accurately called out the reference I'm making with this rooster as well. Maybe Ghoul stuff is fantastic. Follow Ghoul. Yeah, absolutely. Rooster's looking fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, we are going with the same color scheme as the rooster from the animated Robin Hood movie. So, clear. Yeah, you get the gold star today, Deb. But the base, like I said, this is still kind of in the ugly stage. We still have a lot more to do on it. We got to do lots of trim. We got to do the bow and really kind of get more atmosphere into the piece, as well as finish up the top of the hat and everything, and make everything a bit more cohesive. But some pretty good progress for today. And there's gonna be a lot more detail put on the ground and basing and whatnot too. So I'm going for kind of like a fantasy Japanese bamboo forest kind of thing. So we got a long way to go on the base, but it's a good start. It's a good start. Layla, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. And also Pixel Brush and Favistic as well. Thank you so much for all the follows. I greatly appreciate it. Help and support an amazing game and amazing game company. Really do appreciate it. But we're going to take a look real quick and see if there's anyone possibly painting some conquests on here. If so, then I will prioritize that to raid into. If anyone sees anyone, or actually, hold on a second. I think this needs to update real quick. Okay, here we go. Raid channel, same category. What do we got? Okay. Let's see. Okay. So I do want to raid into somebody. Obviously, conquest is the goal. But it's always hit or miss. Let's see. Battletech. Building. Okay. I don't see anyone in the category that's doing conquest, but that's okay. We're gonna raid into another fantastic painter, I think. Well, I know they're a fantastic painter. Why don't we thank you for the stream. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. You too, Ghoul. I appreciate the raid. Thanks for the stream. Have a good day, everyone. Much love all. About to call you out on that. You're about to call me out, and I think that they're a good painter. Azrion Dragon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We'll be doing another, by the way, we'll be doing another Colors of Conquest stream probably here in a few weeks. I think it's going to be the 17th, likely. Either the 17th or the 24th, and we're going to be painting some more awesome Euroni. It's not going to be this, but it's going to be a new Euroni unit I'm very excited about. I don't really know what I'm going to do with them, but we're going to figure it out. It's going to be fun. I think we'll go and check out Cryo Cheese, another awesome miniature painter. He's painting up a bust, and he's a good friend. I've not yet met him in person, but he's an excellent person online. So make sure to give him a follow and give him some hype. But we're going to go ahead and start this raid and raid out into him. So I appreciate all of you for sticking around, and you all have an excellent weekend. We will catch you next time.